A very good morning to you in St. Lucia and across the entire Eastern Caribbean and beyond. Welcome to the St. Lucia House of Assembly today, Tuesday, July 26th, for another sitting of the Lower House of Parliament. Today, July 26 also marks the first anniversary of the present administration, for it was exactly 1 year ago, July 26, that St. Lucians went to the polls and elected the St. Lucia Labour Party, led by present Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre. At this sit-in today, we have a number of papers to be laid by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy. Papers to be laid by the PM and Minister of Finance, Statutory Instrument number 85 of 2022, or the legal profession, Statutory Instrument number 86 of 2022, also the legal profession, and Statutory Instrument number 87, also the legal profession. Then we have Statutory Instrument number 91 of 2022, and that is the Public Finance Management Act, a resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure to finance the implementation of national development projects, initiatives, and COVID-19 mitigation measures. Also to be laid, papers to be laid, is Statutory Instrument number 92 of 2022, Public Finance Management Act, a resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure, operating expenses in the health sector related to COVID-19, the virus pandemic. Statutory Instrument 93, number 93 of 2022, the Public Finance Management Act, a resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure, implementation of the Unleashing of the Blue Economy of the Caribbean project. Statutory Instrument number 94 of 2022, the Public Finance Management Act, a resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure for the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States data for decision-making projects. Statutory Instrument number 95 of 2022, the Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to write off debt owed to the government by the Fonds Saint-Jacques Credit Cooperative Society Limited for the Mocha Housing Development Project. Also to be laid by the Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries and Culture and Information, Statutory Instrument number 88 of 2022, which is a Tourism Stimulus and Investment Order. Statutory Instrument number 89 of 2022, another Tourism Incentive Order. Statutory Instrument number 90, Tourism Investment Make Limited Order. To be laid by the Honourable Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs, Statutory Instrument number 83A of 2022, which is a Price Control Amendment Order, number 11. To be laid by the Honourable Senior Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal, Statutory Instrument number 84 of 2022, which is the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Designation of Inspectors Amendment Order. Now we move to the bills to be laid here by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and the Youth Economy. For second reading, the Income Tax Bill. Also for second reading, the Public Debt Management Bill. First reading, recording of court proceedings. And also for first reading, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement. Also for second reading will be the Firearms Amendment. Like I said, for second reading, the Firearms Amendment. Second reading, the Youth Economy Agency. And finally, the Special Prosecutors Bill. And that is for, like I said, the second reading. Most of the parliamentarians are here, and very shortly we will be joined by the Speaker to commence proceedings this day, Tuesday the 26th, as the St. Lucia House of Assembly once again meets to discuss the people's business. Already here are the Prime Minister, Philip J. Pierre, the Honorable Minister for Housing, the Honorable Richard Frederick, just entered the Parliament, is the Leader of Government Business, and the Minister for Tourism, who is the Honorable Ernest Hilaire. We've just gotten word that Speaker Francis will be with us momentarily to start the proceedings off for today. And in my opening, I spoke of the first anniversary 1 year ago, July 26, that St. Lucians went to the polls and elected the Philip J. Pierre administration, the administration of the St. Lucia Labour Party, to see after their business. Just over the weekend, the party and the government held a ceremony honoring the services, 25 years of Prime Ministers Kenny D. Anthony, who was the former Prime Minister under the Labour administration, and Philip J. Pierre, the present Prime Minister, and they were being honored for service to this country, both unbroken from 1997, making it 25 years that these gentlemen have been in this Parliament. One serving the people of Castries East, and the other the people of Vieux-Fort South. And they have given sterling representation and continue to do so. We have not seen the member for Vieux-Fort South as yet, but I'm sure that he will be here very soon. The St. Lucia Labour Party and this present administration have outlined a number of projects that they intend to embark upon over the next 4 years, as laid out in the manifesto, one which is ongoing at the moment, which is housing, which they are using as a driver for economic growth. They say that this sector will continue to play a pivotal role in growing the economy and in job creation. And to this end, the focus will be on housing, like I said before, and public and private infrastructural development, that this administration of Philip J. Pierre, together with private sector participation, will redevelop the city of Castries, where we are at the moment, into modern, medium, high-rise, multi-level residential buildings. This will be accomplished by using a phased approach. Consideration will also be given to a mix of housing types to maximize the development cost per unit. Single detached units, townhouses, duplexes, low-rise apartment buildings for freehold, and subsidized housing for rent on tenants' income levels. The present administration also is looking into incentivizing a program for housing repairs that has been ongoing throughout their first year. Like I said, that today is the anniversary of that first year. So that housing repair program is ongoing to maintain and improve the existing housing stock. House owners will therefore be encouraged to carry out repairs to maintain the quality of their homes, and also will be encouraged, or the private sector will be encouraged to invest in augmenting the country's housing stock, especially for low middle income families. The present administration also promises to revisit the Castries to Grosley Highway redevelopment project, as had been proposed under the previous Labour government. They also plan to revisit plans for the North-South Highway with a view to securing finance and the timing of its commencement. Additionally, the present administration will continue community road infrastructural management and improvements in housing settlements. They also planned the expansion of the digital economy, but that will have to wait, as the Speaker is now entering the chamber, followed by the Clerk of Parliament.
Let us pray.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public will, peace and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us all evermore. Amen.
Good morning, honorable members. I have received correspondence regarding the absence of the member for Grosley, who is out of state attending the 10th Sports Ministries meeting and the 2020 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham. I have also received correspondence from the member from Castries Central requesting permission to table a motion referring the Leader of the Opposition and member for Mico South to the Privileges Committee regarding statements made at the last sitting of the House of Assembly. In keeping with the rules and procedures of such matters, before the motion can be placed before the House, I am to review the statement made and to decide whether it meets the threshold for such a referral. I shall be doing so promptly and also advise the member for Castries Central before the next sitting. I am to also advise that the Senate has appointed Senator Dominic Fede and Senator Deal Lee to be members of the Joint Select Committee formed for review of the Banking Amendment Bill. It is now for this Honorable House to complete the process by making its own nominations and choice of chairperson. Statements from ministers. Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this statement is on the monkeypox situation. On Saturday, July 23rd, 2022, the Director General of the World Health Organization declared the current multi-country monkeypox outbreak to be a public health emergency of international concern. This announcement comes 1 month after the initial meeting of the Emergency Committee under the International Health Regulations met and concluded that the current monkeypox event did not meet the criteria to be considered a public health emergency of international concern. Since that initial decision, approximately 13,000 new cases have been reported, with an additional 28 countries reporting cases. Mr. Speaker, a public health emergency of international concern is defined as an extraordinary event which is determined to constitute a public health risk to other states through the international spread of disease and to potentially require coordinated international response. By making such a declaration, the World Health Organization provides an opportunity to mobilize international response to this outbreak and to implement non-binding but practically and politically significant measures that can address travel, trade, quarantine, screening, treatment, and so on. The World Health Organization can also set global standards of practice. Recommendations have been set for countries depending on their various levels of transmission. For countries such as St. Lucia, who have not reported a case, the guidance is to strengthen surveillance to detect cases, sensitize the public and healthcare workers to identify and report cases, strengthen clinical management and infection prevention and control measures. The World Health Organization does not advise any restrictions on travel and trade at the moment. St. Lucia, through its preparation and management of the COVID-19 pandemic,
has continued to reassess and strengthen its public health response to infectious diseases and works with its regional and international partners to continue preparation for the introduction of monkeypox in St. Lucia, if that becomes necessary. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Bills. Papers to be laid. Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Citing instrument number 85 of 2022, legal profession eligibility, Shatar Allison Thomas Marshall, order. Citing instrument number 86 of 2022, legal profession eligibility, Hughes Charlesworth Marshall, order. Citing instrument number 87 of 2022, legal profession eligibility, Kenya Makia Luciana Makiba Benjamin, order. Citing instrument number 91 of 2022, Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to borrow for the capital of current expenditure to finance the implementation of national development projects, initiatives, and COVID-19 mitigation measures. Citing instrument number 92 of 2022, Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure, operating expenses in the health sector related to the COVID-19 virus pandemic. Citing instrument number 93 of 2022, Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure, implementation of the unleashing of the blue economy of the capital of the Caribbean project. Citing instrument number 94 of 2022, Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital or current expenditure, organization of the Eastern Caribbean States data for decision-making project. Citing instrument number 95 of 2022, Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to write off debt owed to the government by Fonse Jacques Credit Cooperative Society Limited for the Mocha Housing Development Project.
Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory instrument number 88 of 2022, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Cameron Inc. order. Statutory instrument number 89 of 2022, Tourism Incentives, Cameron Inc. order. Statutory instrument number 90 of 2022, Tourism Incentive, Marquis Limited, order.
Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperative and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper appearing in my name, statutory instrument number 83A of 2022, Price Control Amendment number 11, order.
Senior Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory instrument number 84 of 2022, Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic, Designation of Inspectors, Amendment Order.
Bills, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, it is my understanding you will not proceed with the income tax and public debt management bills. Please proceed with the recording of Court Proceedings Act.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Recording of Court Proceedings.
Recording of court proceedings.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Prime Minister to proceed to the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you will allow me to thank the people of St. Lucia and by extension the people of Castries East for the historic action that they took on July 26, 2021. When they elected all of us in this honorable house. But what's most important is when they elected 15 of us to form the government of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, it's my hope that we will continue to serve the people of St. Lucia, to put the people of St. Lucia first, to continue to battle the economic problems that we've inherited and the other problems that have come onto us, not of our own doing, but because of circumstances way beyond our control. But Mr. Speaker, with the support of the people and the support of members of this honorable house, I'm sure we will prevail. I want Mr. Speaker to go on record to sincerely thank my colleagues in the cabinet and outside the cabinet who have worked together as a team, and I'm sure the people of St. Lucia have understood the situation and they will work with us for the betterment. Mr. Speaker, I also want to tell you that because of one of the promises that we made is that we would have given pensioners a one-off payment of $500 at the end of July, Mr. Speaker, and as I speak, that money is in the bank account. And also, Mr. Speaker, after discussions with the NIC has agreed to give all pensioners a 4.5% increase starting from July this year. Mr. Speaker, it is said that justice delayed is justice denied. This bill, Mr. Speaker, the Recording of Court Proceedings Act, Mr. Speaker, is to provide for the recording and transcribing of court proceedings and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, during my budget statements earlier this year, I made the point that it was in the system, there was a backlog of cases in the system, and that backlog was causing justice to be denied and was causing frustration, and many times because of frustration the result was not what we expected to be. And in that budget statement, Mr. Speaker, I allocated in excess of $2 million for a swift justice project where we are going with the support of the Justice Ministry. We are going to employ new criminal judges and our criminal courts so that we can expedite some of the cases, particularly the murder cases that are languishing in the bodily facility, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this court proceedings bill is another step in the swift justice project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, where the appropriate recording equipment is in these courts, the bill, once enacted, can greatly improve the time within which the official transcript can be made available and thereby enable a party to proceed with their matter in the Court of Appeal. The bill will also provide a judicial officer or party to have quick access to the official transcript of the record of the court proceedings. The process of preparing an official transcript of the record of the court proceedings is required for several purposes, including for review by judges in the course of rendering a decision in a case, for review by an attorney, for a party during the course of the trial, or for an appeal by a party within the court to be scheduled and heard before the Court of Appeal. At present, the official transcripts are prepared by the Computer-Aided Transcripts (CATS) unit or external service providers, where persons will listen to the recordings which are made of the court proceedings and then manually type the transcripts. This process to prepare an official transcript can take a considerable length of time, since it's very laborious task, and there can be several requests for transcripts which can delay how soon a transcript can prepare an official transcript which has been requested. The delays in the preparation of the transcript of the record of court proceedings is oftentimes a cause of significant delay for some matters which are to be heard by the Court of Appeal. In addition, the cost to the litigant to prepare a transcript can be quite high, as the payment is made for each typed page in the official transcript. The cost per page is also higher if a party makes a request for an expedited transcript, which is usually prepared overnight or within a certain number of days. This cost may sometimes be an issue which could deny a litigant access to justice, since they may not be able to afford to pay for the official transcript and proceed to have the matter paid by the Court of Appeal. Mr. Speaker, and that is significant because we believe that each man and woman is equal in the eyes of the law. No one is above the law, Mr. Speaker. And some people of lower incomes may not be able to pay for these transcripts. So that makes it easier and more accessible to them, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, even in terms of justice, we are putting people first. On this new bill, a party will only be asked to pay a fee for the audio or video recording file where it is available, and not a fee per page of a typed document. The bill will allow the chief registrar, or senior magistrate to cause the proceedings of court to be recorded using audio or video recording equipment or by any other means which they may direct. The bill also provides for the recording of court proceedings which are made to be reproduced for the use of the court or parties to the court proceedings. The legislation provides for the person who prepares the recording or transcript to certify it as an accurate transcript of the court proceedings. The electronic audio or video recording or typed transcript of a court proceeding made in accordance with the bill, once certified, is an official transcript of the court proceedings, and its validity must not be questioned on the ground of the qualification of the person preparing the transcript or making the recording. Therefore, the actual electronic recording or video recording can serve as an official transcript, and this can be made available in a very short time frame after a matter has been heard in the courts. The bill further provides a form for a party to court proceedings or another person to request a copy of the official transcript, and for the chief registrar, or the chief magistrate too, without undue delay, furnish a copy of an official transcript when it has been requested, and once the applicable fees have been paid. When the official transcript has been received, the party would then be able to provide the electronic recording as part of the record of appeal, together with any sections which they may choose to reduce to typed text for ease of reference. In the event of any conflicting views on what transpired at the hearing in the court below, the full recording of the hearing will be available to the Court of Appeal for their review in order to arrive at a conclusion. Section 10 of the bill provides for the exemption from payment of fees to obtain an official transcript for judicial officers, the Attorney General, the Director of Public Prosecutions, or other law officer who may obtain a transcript of court proceedings for the performance of his or her duties as a law officer. It also facilitates a party to criminal proceedings who may, on the basis, be permitted by an order of the court to pay a reduced fee or be exempt from the payment of fees for the preparation of an official transcript as stipulated by order of the courts. Finally, the bill provides for the Chief Justice and 2 other judges of the Supreme Court to make rules, and for the Chief Justice to issue practice directions for the purpose of giving effect to it. It must be emphasized that this new bill, while it provides for several enhancements to improve the access to justice, does not in any way prevent the current process from being used for the preparation of transcripts where the court feels that it's necessary to proceed in the manner or the equipment required is not available. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the new bill, once enacted, can only serve to enhance access to justice for our citizens, speed up the justice process, provide opportunity for litigants to pay reduced costs for obtaining an official transcript of the court proceedings. By passing this bill, St. Lucia will join many of the other OECS member states and territories who have enacted acts which mirror the same. So, Mr. Speaker, this is in essence, Mr. Speaker, what the bill is about, Mr. Speaker, and I think that it's a necessary piece of legislation. It will modernize our system. It will make justice more accessible, and finally, it will cause people who may not have the means to have easy access to their records or to the court proceedings if there is need for. Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the recording of court proceedings bill be read a second time. Member for Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a very brief contribution to this bill, recording of court proceedings, the recording of court proceedings bill. But before I speak, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to give me just a few moments to thank the people of Vieux-Fort North for returning me to the Parliament. Je remercie tous les gens de Vieux-Fort North qui voté pour moi. L'année passée. At this moment, 1 year ago, Mr. Speaker, we were rallying the voters, and I wish to thank all those who assisted me, those who made sacrifices, our team, my family, and everyone who continues to support this government and continues to support my efforts. Thank you very much. Now we miss you. Mr. Speaker, the recording of court proceedings bill, why is this important? And I want to spend a few minutes, Mr. Speaker, to explain, because as the member for Castries Eastern Prime Minister indicated, this government has made justice a very important part of its mandate, justice for all. And you can connect this to crime, whether it be violent crime or petty crime, and justice is important. And while court transcripts may seem very remote to the ordinary citizen, I want to spend a moment to explain, Mr. Speaker, to honorable members and to my constituents by extension, why this is important. First of all, Mr. Speaker, why do we need a transcript? And what is a transcript? So, Mr. Speaker, when you go to court, what you say in the court, as Prime Minister said, the evidence and so on must be written somewhere, it must be recorded. So this is, the transcript is the document or the evidence of that recording. Because alors l'audience, Mr. Speaker, il est important pour ça dire l'audience là, pour nous avoir equity. Avec un temps à présent, nous avons électronique, bagay computer, bagay phone, avec différents électroniques, et qui plaisent pour nous record là où l'audience là en disant ça. C'est ça, Bill, ça a fait. A transcript, Mr. Speaker, the official court transcript is important because the decision of a judge or other judicial officer may be appealed. So si vous pas écrit là bien, and tomorrow you have to appeal it, demain on est pour vous voulez faire l'autre décision, vous voulez dire c'est pas ça ou dit, then this becomes very, very important. Mr. Speaker, it's important for people to know that the record of proceedings, ça veut dire, bagay la yo ka ekwi, le la ni l'audience. It means the pleadings, the declaration of readiness to proceed, minutes of the hearings, summary of evidence, transcripts, if prepared and filed, proof of service, evidence received in the course of proceedings, exhibits marked but not received into evidence, notices, petitions, briefs, findings, orders, etc., etc., etc. So, il est important pour ces records ça là, toutes ces différents bagailles comme ça, il est important pour y record. It's very important because people say, Mr. Speaker, why is it important? Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister indicated this, attorneys and judges may want to review what has taken place. Si vous avez une difficulté à l'audience, avec un avocat, peut-être vous changez avocat, ou qui ça vous dit à l'audience là, ça nous a fait aujourd'hui là, est important pour ça. Mr. Speaker, in the past, I'm sure you know, there are people who have been guilty of crimes and sentenced to prison. And they have been able to recall the transcripts of court proceedings and prove their innocence years later. Pour ça, pour qui ça bagaille comme ça important aujourd'hui, pour qui ça gouvernement ça ni pour faire ça parce que de là, si là ni ou faire bagaille peut-être mundi ou faire bagaille, yo trouvé coupable ou aller la jol, yo la clé en code garde avec l'année après ça, l'année évidence qui vient devant qui neuf. Ça nous a fait aujourd'hui, ça fait avocat à l'année, comme l'année après, vieux, mais ouvert qu'à ça là. Et si l'année évidence neuf, peut-être ou même, ça aller pour ça jouer une liberté. And Mr. Speaker, even the Right Honorable Sir Dennis Byron, the President of the Caribbean Court of Justice at the time, in 2013, spoke to the whole issue of modernizing the court. And in a lecture delivered by Sir Dennis Byron, the Honorable Sir Dennis Byron, the role of the Caribbean Court of Justice and importance to Caribbean judicial and economic development, Sir Dennis Byron says this, and I quote, "The CCJ now operates in what can modestly be called a high-tech environment. This is essential to the court's efficient spanning of the watery divide between Belize in the north and Suriname in the south. Trials and case management conferences can now be conducted by video link. Video and audio recordings are the norm now. The official transcript is in the form of an audio digital record. Transcripts are available on the court's website the same night of proceedings, and pleadings and submissions are available to journalists with court approval. The technological and other innovations embraced by the CCJ have not come about by accident. They reflect the result of thoughtful planning and careful implementation. The Caribbean Court of Justice Strategic Plan 2013-2017 sets out the mission and vision together with the values by which the court and its staff will be guided in the carrying out of its mission." Unquote. So even the great Sir Dennis Byron, Mr. Speaker, when he spoke about the role of the Caribbean Court of Justice, spoke to the whole issue of technology, the use of technology in the Caribbean Court of Justice. So this is very important. C'est important pour tout le monde. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, there is progress because the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, has started training in digital audio recording of court proceedings. And, you know, they've started training from April, and we are looking forward to our judges and other officials of the court receiving training. So, Mr. Speaker, while this bill may look very innocent, but it's very, very important for justice. It's very important for the rule of law. Because, Mr. Speaker, je vais supporter bill ça parce que il a mené les affaires l'audience en temps nous avec si l'année bagay qui fait à l'audience là avec avocat ouais qui ça qui fait. Even, Mr. Speaker, there is a provision in the bill for a translator. So people who do not speak English, whether you're a Spanish-speaking person or French, and even our Creole-speaking people can get justice because this bill provides for an interpreter. Because à ce où allez l'audience, c'est qu'on parle anglais, c'est créole ou voulez parler, bill ça là, loi ça là qui fait l'audience là, mener un monde qui sa parle créole et anglais, et saoudi créole, yo kay mettez à les recorder avec aussi écrit comme ça tout saoudi l'audience là. C'est ça, yo écrit c'est ça ou te vle dit. So I support this, Mr. Speaker, and it will continue to help us to advance the cause of justice in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Suzel Saltibus.
Morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I wish to make a very brief contribution to this bill, but I also want to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, as we have come on the anniversary of the last general elections, to thank the people of Suzel Saltibus for returning me to this honorable parliament to represent them, Mr. Speaker. Despite the odds, Mr. Speaker, the margin of victory in my constituency was quite respectable. Mr. Speaker, I have learned more so in recent past that the recording of history is very important, and if I did not rise to make a contribution, the documents of this House will be sealed to indicate that what said before me is the case. But the Honorable Prime Minister failed to mention that this is just a continuation of what has started, and without me clarifying that, it may actually be interpreted that this is something that has just been enacted, Mr. Speaker. So it's very important for the records. It's important for the records, Mr. Speaker. But it's about continuity. It's about continuity, and we need to continue. But, Mr. Speaker, I do support this bill because, Mr. Speaker, as the member for Vieux-Fort North indicated, there have been several cases where transcripts have been revisited to bring people's guilty verdict, to overturn people's guilty verdict. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to also make a slight observation. I expect a response from my good friend, of course. But I just need to recognize that maybe I'm the only one wearing a mask around the table, Mr. Speaker. And whether, there is anything that, the Minister of Health would like to bring to our attention, Mr. Speaker. You didn't see me anywhere. You didn't see me. You didn't see me anywhere, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to, I think it's our personal responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to wear a mask if we want to, but to have it enacted in
Members, please allow the member for Suzel. Remember, just for the record, you did say you were the only one wearing a mask. That is not quite correct.
Around the table.
That's not quite correct. If you look around the table.
Well, that was a quick one. Mr. Speaker, anyway, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the time to indicate, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is actually a continuation of what has started. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister and Minister for Finance.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Take out my mask. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that the member for Vieux-Fort North has said succinctly what this bill is about, and I move that the bill be presented to a third time.
Honourable members, the question is that the recording of court proceedings bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the recording and transcribing of court proceedings and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Recording of court proceedings.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Words of interpreter.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Certification of transcript.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 6.
Transcript of evidence of a witness.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 7.
Validity of official transcript.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Clause 8.
Transcript as proof of court proceedings.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Request for transcript.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Exemption from fees.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Rules.
Clause 11 stands part of the bill. Clause 12.
Practice directions.
Clause 12 stands part of the bill. Clause 13.
Repeal.
Clause 13 stands part of the bill. Schedule.
Form 1, Section 5. Form 2, Section 9(1).
Schedule stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the recording of court proceedings bill went through committee stage without amendments. Minister of Finance and Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the recording of court proceedings bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Recording of Court Proceedings Act 2022.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement.
Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move suspension and stand order 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that standing order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honourable Prime Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission agreement was established in October 2001. Mr. Member Shoza. As a body corporate responsible for the regulation of the securities market, exchanges for persons engaged in securities business and the public issue of securities in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. The agreement establishes the ECSRC, which is the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission, as the sole regulator for the Eastern Caribbean securities market, the ECSM, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what this bill is doing is to make the ECSRC an act of Parliament to further strengthen the protections afforded by the Commission. So, it's the agreement, Mr. Speaker, and it may also please the member for Choiseul when I tell him that the agreement was signed by the then Prime Minister of St. Lucia on the 14th day of February 2020. Just February 2020. Just a year and a few months before that date. With the Speaker, so the member shows that we continue. He signed the agreement and we make it the force of law. All right, member Shoza? Good. All right, records. Good. Records. Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, and it was established in 2001, and several amendments have been made to the agreement, Mr. Speaker. These amendments were made in the year 2000 to strengthen it, Mr. Speaker. In the year 2020, Mr. Speaker, the members of the ECCU signed another agreement, which is the agreement that we are trying to put in the force of law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so basically, as I said, this agreement controls the business, manages the business of securities, regulates how the business is organized, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that it meets international standards, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, it also, in the agreement, provides immunity of the ECCB from any court action. The ECCB is immune from any court action, Mr. Speaker, and the agreement is enacted into domestic law in each ECCU member territory. The issue of the central bank's immunity from prosecution was therefore put beyond question. The Eastern Caribbean Central Bank cannot be brought through the judicial process because of that agreement, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it strengthens the protections offered by the commissioners, by the commission, the commissioners, the officers, and the employees. Just because, so it basically is bringing an agreement into the force of law. This agreement has been sanctioned by all the members of the ECCU. So all we have to do in St. Lucia is to pass it into legislation, Mr. Speaker. Nothing, there is no devil in the details, because as I said, it was signed by the now member from Microsoft, together with the governments of Antigua, Dominica, Montserrat, St. Kitts Nevis, and St. Vincent, all members of the ECCU. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Bill be read a second time. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Wait, did I close the debate? No. I ought not to have done that. I didn't put any question there. So we just read a second time. Any member wishes to make a contribution? No? You wish to add anything?
No, Mr. Speaker. I think the bill is pretty straightforward.
So I now put the question. As many as of their opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the implementation of the agreement establishing the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission and for related matters.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Agreement to have force of law.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Penalty for use or disclosure of confidential information.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Amendment of schedule.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Aye. Schedule.
Sections 2, 3, and 5.
Schedule stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be passed a third time. That be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement Bill be read a third time and passed. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Eastern Caribbean Securities Regulatory Commission Agreement, Act 2022.
Mr. Leader of Government Business, it is my understanding that the bill down to be debated at this point in time is a section or two is being rearranged, and you wish to defer that bill to later. Okay.
Yeah. Proceed with the firearms bill.
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Firearms Amendment. Mr. Speaker, although today is a very joyous and happy day for us, particularly those on this side of the Honorable House, I am not very pleased to have to come to Parliament today to amend the Firearms Act, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendment to the Firearms Act by this singular measure, is not the only means by which the government intends to fight crime, Mr. Speaker. It's a series of measures, Mr. Speaker, but we believe that because of the increase in the use of firearms, we ought to strengthen the laws against the illegal use of firearms, Mr. Speaker. But the amendment to that legislation is not a means to an end, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are several factors that have to be corrected in this country. We do not manufacture firearms in St. Lucia. At least we don't manufacture serious firearms. The question is, Mr. Speaker, how do these firearms enter the country? How do these firearms enter the country, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, it's very sad when you have the information, when there's information, Mr. Speaker, sometimes on how these firearms enter St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. There is something endemic in our system that would allow people to facilitate, for the sake of money, the illegal importation of firearms that cause hymen, that cause death, that cause destruction, just for a few dollars, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, no matter what it cost me, during my tenure at the people of Cashews East, and by extension, the people of St. Lucia, and by extension, my cabinet colleagues, I will use every effort to stem the corruption in the system that allows these firearms to land into this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm not making any accusations. I'm not pointing fingers at anyone or any group of people, Mr. Speaker. But it can't be by coincidence. It can't be by coincidence, Mr. Speaker, that so many firearms enter this country, and it is said from the United States. It can't be coincidence, Mr. Speaker. It can't be coincidence. And I know that the members of the Customs Department are trying their best, but I urge them to be as vigilant, because, Mr. Speaker, when a firearm enters the country illegally and is used by a bandit, you never know who the bullet will hit. You never know, Mr. Speaker. Your family, your children, your spouse could be somewhere and they get hit by a stray bullet, Mr. Speaker. So even if we may believe that it may not reach us, we must understand that you never know when you'll be the unfortunate one and you will get struck down by a bullet. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the Customs Department, the members of the police force, to do use their best efforts. And I know the system is not perfect. I'm the first one to tell you that we need a lot of things. We need many things. In the police, we need more equipment, we need more vehicles, we need everything. We need more money, I think, Mr. Speaker. But I want the members of the law enforcement agencies to understand that what they're doing is a labor of love for the protection of themselves first, their families, and by extension, the people of St. Lucia. So moving forward, Mr. Speaker, I hope that with the strength of this legislation, Mr. Speaker, the police can feel that they have the required backing and the system can support them. So this scourge of illegal firearms, this scourge of shootings that happen in this country, we hope it can come to an end. But as I said, this is just one of the measures, Mr. Speaker, that we are taking to try to curb this menace, Mr. Speaker. It's not pleasant for us to have to stand here and to have to pass that legislation, where people can be sent to prison for life for some offenses. It's not pleasant, Mr. Speaker. But I want to warn, particularly the young people of St. Lucia, who may be tempted to carry guns for somebody, to go on a business, to carry a thing there. Do not allow people to use you for their own vanity. When you are caught in the firearm, the bossman is not the one who will pay for it. Do not allow anybody to give you anything to carry for them. Don't allow it, because you are the one who's going to be in trouble. You are the one who's going to languish in jail because of the increased penalties, Mr. Speaker. There is a better way. Carrying a firearm from point A to point B may give you $200. Mr. Speaker, if you escape, the $200 will finish. But if you're caught because of that legislation, you may end up spending the rest of your life in jail, Mr. Speaker. It's serious legislation, as they say on the streets. That's not a joke. That's not a joke, Mr. Speaker. Everyone should listen and read on the penalties that can happen because of this legislation. That is not a joke. This is serious business. This is serious business, Mr. Speaker. It's serious. It's very serious, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are amending the Firearms Act, Mr. Speaker, and the clause 5 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, we are creating a firearm licensing board, the board. Presently, Mr. Speaker, firearm licenses are given solely by the Commissioner of Police. This new act, as is the case in most other countries of the region, Mr. Speaker, there is a firearm license can only be given by a board which comprises the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Speaker, the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry responsible for National Security, and 3 persons nominated by the Minister approved by the Cabinet who are of high integrity and able to exercise good judgment in fulfilling the functions under this act, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'll propose that the chairman of the board be the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Speaker. So we are the Commissioner of Police to chair the board, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this means that the firearm license, there'll be a broader section. More people are going to be involved in the issue of firearm licenses, and not be the sole discretion of the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Speaker. As I said, it's not new to St. Lucia. It happens in most other countries of the region, where a firearm license is given by a board, Mr. Speaker. So the application process will be the same. but the issuance of the license will be done after a board meets to issue the license. Not new, happens everywhere in the region. Clause 6 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, section 15, the firearm dealer license is amended to increase the penalty for summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and to increase the penalty for conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years for failing to keep a proper register of firearms and ammunition. So, Mr. Speaker, the only people who can legally sell firearms are people who have a license to sell it. So if you know they have any business where man selling gun, that's not a business where they get involved in. The only people who can legally sell firearms, Mr. Speaker, if you have a firearm dealer license. Nobody else can sell firearms. They must have a dealer's license, Mr. Speaker. And if you don't have a dealer's license, you are caught, conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a maximum of 25 years. 25 years, Mr. Speaker. So the business of selling firearms must only be done by somebody with a license to sell it, Mr. Speaker. Clause 7 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, section 16 of the Act, converting a firearm. Now, Mr. Speaker, what happens is sometimes, supposing you have a regular firearm, there are several individuals who have the skill of converting a 48 into an automatic. You understand? So whereas it would be, you could get rapid fire from that regular gun by making some adjustments to it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know there are some people who have that skill of converting the firearm, Mr. Speaker. I want to warn them that the penalty for that has been increased for conviction or indictment to imprisonment for maximum term of 25 years for shortening the barrel of a shotgun or converting anything into a firearm. 25 years imprisonment if you try to create an automatic from a regular gun. So you're not supposed to sell it, you're not supposed to convert it, Mr. Speaker. The business of firearms are only for established dealers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 8 of the bill, section 21 of the Act, firearms import or export, Mr. Speaker, is amended for summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and to increase the penalty for conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years for importing or exporting a firearm or ammunition without a license. So if you import a firearm without a license, or you import ammunition without a license, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't mean that if it's only one firearm, you won't suffer the same consequences, you know. You could get the same thing for one firearm. So the best thing to do is to stay away from it, Mr. Speaker. 25 years imprisonment for importing or exporting a firearm or ammunition without a license. 25 years imprisonment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 9 of the bill, a new section 21A, prohibited weapons and ammunition, Mr. Speaker. That's a new clause that is inserted in the Act to provide for the prohibition on the use, acquisition, possession, importation, manufacture, or supply of a semi-automatic and automatic weapon and ammunition, and for penalty on summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and for conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of life for an offense committed under this section. So if you commit an offense with an automatic gun. If you think you're a soldier, you want to have an M16 or AK, and you commit a crime, Mr. Speaker, that ammunition is only to fight war. It's not for you. If you found it, Mr. Speaker, you can get a term of 10 years. And if you commit an offense with it, Mr. Speaker, you can get a maximum term of life. A maximum term of life, Mr. Speaker, if you commit an offense with an automatic weapon, an AK, or M16, or semi, the kind of ammunition that we may have on the streets in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Commit an offense with it, you can get imprisoned for life. So, Speaker, Clause 10 of the bill, Section 22 of the Act, prohibition against possession without a license, is amended and to increase the penalty for summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and to increase the penalty for conviction on indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years for the possession or control of a prohibited weapon without a license. And Mr. Speaker, even licensed gun holders must remember to pay their licenses. Because if you have a license, if you have a gun and you haven't paid the license, the gun becomes unlicensed. So you have to make sure the licensed gun owners must pay the licenses, Mr. Speaker. And people who believe that they can carry guns on them without a license, even though they don't intend to commit a crime, even though it is for their own protection, if you do not have a license, do not get a gun. If you don't have a license, do not get a gun. Because if you're found with a gun and you sent to court, it's possible, Mr. Speaker, that you may be convicted and you may be charged a maximum fine of $50,000 for a maximum term of 10 years or to both. And if you commit or to both, Mr. Speaker. So again, this is serious, and I urge all St. Lucians to listen, to read, because as they always tell you, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So you cannot say you did not know. So the way is to be on the straight and narrow as far as firearms are concerned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 11 of the bill, the Act is amended in Section 24, prohibition against carrying a firearm or ammunition in a public place, Mr. Speaker. For carrying a firearm or ammunition in a public place without a license or while drunk or under the influence of drugs, Mr. Speaker, summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or both. Mr. Speaker, again, there's a custom when people have illegal firearms and they on the block, they pulling their piece out and they're showing it. By the very act of pulling out your illegal piece, Mr. Speaker, you can be sentenced to 10 years imprisonment or fined $50,000. So first of all, you should not have an illegal piece. And if you have an illegal piece and you show it in public, you can a maximum fine of $50,000. And if you're drunk, we'll see it. Mr. Speaker, these are serious fines. These are serious, Mr. Speaker. Warning the young people of St. Lucia, do not allow your life to go because of bad friends or because you want to prove a point, Mr. Speaker. Clause 12 of the bill provides for an amendment in Section 26 of the Act, possession of firearms with intent to injure, to increase the penalty for a summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and to increase the penalty for conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of life for the possession of a firearm with an intention to threaten or endanger life or property. The possession of a firearm with an intention to threaten or endanger life or property, Mr. Speaker. If you are found guilty, Mr. Speaker, you may be sent to prison for life. So if you go at a man's home and you try to hold him up with a gun, or in a store, and you're caught and you're found guilty, you can probably go to prison for life. Clause 13 of Mr. Speaker, section 27 of the Act, use of a firearm or imitation firearm with intention to commit offense, is amended to increase the penalty for summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and to increase the penalty for conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of life, or in addition to any other penalty a person is liable under the Act for use of a firearm or imitation firearm with an intention to commit an offense. Again, Mr. Speaker, serious punishments if you hold up somebody, or if you even, what they call, you flam somebody. You understand? You understand it, Mr. Bradley? Yeah. If you flam a man, you pull a piece and you flam him. That is the final 7 charges here. If you again, tell the comrades on the streets, basically, don't have a firearm, and if you have one, don't flam it. Because if you flam it, once you flam it and you have a license, you are in trouble, Mr. Speaker. Stay away from firearms, even though an imitation firearm. So if you have an Amos gun and you pretend that it's a serious gun, you're in trouble. Mr. Speaker, I hope that for the Christmas season, we do not allow any imitation guns to be imported in this country. Mr. Speaker, Clause 14 of the bill, Section 28 of the Act, restriction on sale of firearm or ammunition, is substituted to provide for the offense of manufacturing, selling, transferring, lending, repairing, or modifying a firearm or ammunition, and for a penalty for summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and for conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if you rent a firearm, for others that's going to block and say they're renting a piece. If you rent a piece, Mr. Speaker, you can go to jail for 25 years. And the person that rented for you will also go to jail. So don't try to rent, because if you rent it, even though it's not yours, you cannot say to the police that belongs to that man there. You're the one who, you have it, so you're the one who is going to pay the penalty, Mr. Speaker. Stay away from firearms. Stay away from firearms, Mr. Speaker. Clause 15 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, Section 29 of the Act, restriction on the sale of ammunition, is substituted to provide for the offense of removing or altering the markings of a firearm or ammunition, and for penalty for summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and for a conviction and indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years. Again, Mr. Speaker, if somebody offers you a firearm and they say to you, the police can't trace it because they've removed the serial number. Sometimes on the block, Mr. Speaker, you can sandpaper the serial number and they tell you the police cannot find it, Mr. Speaker. That's wrong. If they catch you with a firearm where you try to erase the serial number, Mr. Speaker, or you try to alter it, Mr. Speaker, you can get imprisonment for 25 years. Clause 16 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, The new section 29 is a new section is there, 29A, restriction or exposure for sale or transfer and possession of a firearm, and 29B, these are new sections, prohibition on disposing or destroying a firearm for ammunition are inserted in the Act to provide for the offense of exposing, possessing, disposing, or destroying a firearm or ammunition for a penalty for a semi-conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and a penalty for conviction on indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years. So, disposing of a firearm, so once they can prove that you're the one who disposed of it, Mr. Speaker, once they can prove it in the court, you can go to jail for 25 years. Some water, please. Clause 17, Mr. Speaker, of the bill, a new section 41A, prohibition against illicit trafficking in firearms or ammunition, is inserted in the Act to provide for penalty for conviction and indictment to a maximum fine of $150,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years, both for trafficking firearms or ammunition. So the law has been strengthened. So if you traffic in firearms, that means if you trafficking in firearms or ammunition, Mr. Speaker, you can be fined $150,000 or imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years. Clause 8 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, Section 29 of the Act, power to stop and search, is amended to increase the penalty to a maximum fine of $15,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 2 years or to both for failing to submit to a vehicle stop and search by a police officer. So if the police stop you and you decide that you are not stopping, Mr. Speaker, whether you have a motorcycle, a bicycle, or a car, you refuse to stop, you can be fined $15,000 if you fail to submit to a vehicle stop and search by a police officer. So, if you're driving on the road, Mr. Speaker, and the police stop you, dutifully stop your car, put your hand on the steering wheel, and let the police do what they have to do. When they stop me, I stop. Sometimes when I drive myself and I get in a roadblock and the police stop me, I dutifully stop. And I say, officer, here's my license. He said, all right, go ahead, PM, go ahead. But I stop, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker, no one is beyond the law. And I've said to every member of my family, you are not beyond the law. You can't afford to believe that you can be beyond the law, Mr. Speaker. You have to follow the instructions of the police officers, Mr. Speaker. Clause 19 of the bill provides for an amendment to Section 40 of the Act, search warrant, to increase the penalty to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum of 10 years or to both for obstructing or interfering for a police officer conducting a search of a warrant. Again, Mr. Speaker, some of us, when the police are involved in searches, we either get in between them, or we get them chat, or we try to obstruct, or we sit down on the evidence. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you do that, you can be fined $50,000 or maximum term of imprisonment for 10 years, Mr. Speaker, for obstructing a police officer in the execution of his duties. Clause 20 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, provides for an amendment to Section 47 of the Act, compulsory imprisonment, to increase the penalty to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years for a person other than a juvenile who uses a firearm in the commission of an offense including kidnapping and robbery, obstructing a police officer while exercising his or her duty, threatening or causing injury to the Governor General, a member of Parliament, a judge, or public officer. If you use a firearm, Mr. Speaker, it is compulsory imprisonment to increase the penalty to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years for a person other than a juvenile who used a firearm in the commission of an offense, including kidnapping and robbery. So again, if you hold up people in a supermarket, at their homes, Mr. Speaker, compulsory imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years. Clause 21 of the Mr. Speaker, Section 50 of the Act, inquiry by the appropriate authority, is amended to increase the penalty to a maximum fine of $25,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 3 years or to both in cases where inquiry into the purchase of ammunition is made and the person subject to the inquiry fails to provide any information requested by the appropriate authority or fails to appear before the authority if so required. So, Mr. Speaker, if you buy ammunition and you've asked where then an inquiry is made by the appropriate official as to where you bought it and you fail to comply, Mr. Speaker, and you're found guilty, the penalty is increased by $25,000 or to imprisonment, Mr. Speaker. Clause 22 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, a new section 50A is added. Controlled delivery of firearms and ammunition is inserted in the Act to allow the minister to enter an agreement to make arrangements for the controlled delivery of firearm or ammunition to identify a person who commits an offense under the Act, Mr. Speaker. That's self-explanatory. Clause 23 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, Section 52 of the Act, general penalty provision is amended to provide for penalty for summary conviction to a maximum fine of $50,000 or to imprisonment for a maximum term of 10 years or to both, and to increase the penalty for conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a maximum term of 25 years for offenses committed under the Act on which a penalty is not specified. So if the penalties are outlined there, if you commit a crime that the penalties are not, the offenses are not there, it's called a general penalty provision, Mr. Speaker. So your maximum term of 25 years if an offense is committed under the Act for which a penalty is not specified. 24 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, Section 23 of the Act, regulation is amended by the minister to make regulations for the importation and sale and possession of air rifles, guns, and air pistols. The Minister of National Security can make regulations for the importation of air rifles and other sporting guns, etc., Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this is very serious legislation. These are very serious offenses, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, I really want again to urge the young men and women, and sometimes the women, some young women carry the firearms in their purses, hoping that the police will not search them, Mr. Speaker. Do not carry, if your boyfriend loves you, he will let you carry a firearm for him. Because the jail, there is no segregation when it comes to jail for firearm. Is an equal opportunity offense. If there is no gender bias when it comes to possession of firearms, Mr. Speaker. So again, Mr. Speaker, I am urging the young people in this country, do not allow any man to give you a gun to carry and say that the police won't search you because you're a woman. Don't, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying these things because I can feel, Mr. Speaker, what will happen to a young man or young woman at 20, 21 years of age to go to prison for 25 years just for the simple, what looks like simple, like just carrying a firearm from point A to point B. Everybody, and I hope that the Government Information Service makes these penalties known both in English and in patois, because as I said before, that is not a joke. I'm not saying it will stop crime. What I'm saying is these penalties, Mr. Speaker, are penalties that we would not like any young person to go through the possibility of life imprisonment, Mr. Speaker, just for what may at the time seem like just carrying something for somebody else. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, today is a joyous day for me and my colleagues, but I'm not very pleased to have to come in this honorable house, to have to ask this honorable house to pass this legislation, Mr. Speaker. But it's not an end, Mr. Speaker, but it's a means to assist us in the gun violence that's happening in St. Lucia today. And this is the first step, the first stage, the number of steps, Mr. Speaker. So we want to tell the young people again, the people who have the guns, and the people who encourage for profit, who encourage for money, who allow these firearms to go into the wrong hands just for money, for vanity, Mr. Speaker. Who allow, because they get involved in corruption in their jobs, just for vanity, just to be able to live beyond their means. They allow these firearms to come into this country. I want to urge them, for the sake of themselves and for their children, for the country, to stop it, Mr. Speaker. Stop it. Stop it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the Firearms Amendment Bill be read a second time. The member for Swaziel Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few parliaments back, I did indicate in this House that I would support any stronger measures taken by the government to decrease the spiraling crime in our country. And so today I welcome the new bill. I also want to thank the members of the government for giving this bill the opportunity to be circulated widely so people could have an opportunity to read it. And one of the things I noticed, Mr. Speaker, in discussion publicly was quite a few people who were commenting on the fee, on the charge, and they felt that it was still very low, Mr. Speaker. I am also of the view that we should have also increased it more significantly, Mr. Speaker, so it is unreachable for people who believe they have deep pockets to be able to give people a chance, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite happy that the bill is coming. But, Mr. Speaker, I also believe that, and we have seen it, a lot of the crimes being committed by firearms, they go unpunished. The perpetrators are never caught. And I think there should have been a lot of emphasis in the bill as it relates to apprehending and taking various initiatives to go certain places and do various raids and surprise visits to try to confiscate some of these offenders, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is why, it was a bit surprising that in terms of apprehending the canine unit, Mr. Speaker, and I heard a conversation, a bit of conversation as it relates to the cost to the country. But we must not underestimate the value of the canine unit and the ability for these dogs to sniff out firearms and to identify where these things are hidden, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think it should be made very clear to the taxpayers of the country that the payment of the use of the canine unit was not from the taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker, but from these funds were obtained from the Proceeds of Crime Act, Mr. Speaker. Most of the payments that were being made, Mr. Speaker. And in addition to funding the canine unit, these funds were also used to purchase bulletproof vests for the police, shields, even vehicles, Mr. Speaker. And so I think the government should revisit, bringing in and maybe negotiating if the attitude is there. That canine unit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to ensure that the public and we do not see the police as scapegoats in what's happening with the escalating crime, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the police could still do with quite a bit of manpower. We know in many cases the police are exhausted from the kind of work they have to do, Mr. Speaker. And so we should not in any way try to undermine the work that our police are doing. And I want to congratulate the entire Royal St. Lucia Police Force for the work they have done to date and the work they will continue to do, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, while I am supporting this bill, there are a few concerns and there are a few matters I would like clarification on, and I'm sure the AG, through the Prime Minister, will be able to give some sort of clarification. Mr. Speaker, the latest amendment of the firearm bill was received last night, Mr. Speaker. And there's something that I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that is the issue of tasers. Tasers were, it was removed and is no longer defined as a firearm. And that kind of concerns me, Mr. Speaker, because I'm hoping we get some clarification as to what does that mean? Does it mean now that tasers will be in the hands of people who apply? Does it mean that the police will now be given the latitude to use tasers, Mr. Speaker? And if so, Mr. Speaker, it concerns me as it relates to the training. Because I did get some information with regards to tasers. I am no master on or technical expert on tasers, Mr. Speaker. But one of the things that I noticed was that in the use of a taser come skin burns, injuries from falls, and permanent brain injury, and in some cases, even death, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, but there's a reason why it was taken out. Was it taken out because now you can bring it in? That's what I'm seeking clarification on, Mr. I am seeking clarification. I'm hoping I would get it. That's okay. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'm seeking clarification with regards to why the tasers was removed, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully we will get some clarification. The Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that the application for a firearm will be the same. Now, I'm not sure whether he meant the form, the prescribed form, or whether it means that if you're applying for a firearm, you apply through the Commissioner's office. The special branch does their investigation, whatever they do, and then they make a recommendation. And that recommendation is now sent to a board. And if the recommendation says reject, what can the board override that? These are some of the questions we need to be asked, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very concerned now, Mr. Speaker, that we've taken away the issuing of a firearm license from the Commissioner of Police to a board. I heard the Prime Minister indicate that there seems to be a practice in the Caribbean. And while it may be a practice in the Caribbean, there are some examples and some cases that we need to be wary of. And only this morning I was referring to a member of the House as it relates to what happened in Jamaica, where the Minister, National Security, was also indicted for what they felt was his influence in trying to get the board to approve certain firearm applications. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the makeup of the board, and it says here, Part 1A, Administration, 2A, there is an established firearm licensing board. The members of the board are the Commissioner of Police or his or her nominee, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry responsible for national security, and 3 persons nominated by the minister and approved by the cabinet, who are of high integrity and are able to exercise good judgment in fulfilling the functions under this act. Mr. Speaker, I think that's a dangerous diversion, Mr. Speaker, to get members of government, of cabinet, to get involved in the issuance of firearm licenses, Mr. Speaker. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, the fact that the minister is going to appoint 3 out of a total of 5 automatically gives the minister's appointment overall authority. No, I'm speaking, sir. I'm very interested in the process going forward, Mr. Speaker. Okay, we have to be very, very, very careful, Mr. Speaker. Okay, that the perception, public perception, Mr. Speaker. That's what we have to be very careful of. Public perception as it relates to how firearms are issued.
You're so right.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Members, please allow the member for Swazel to make his contribution.
why are you talking so much?
Member for Castries Central, you will have an opportunity to speak on this bill.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Just a minute, member for Castries Central, please allow the member for Swazel to continue without interruption.
as I said, Mr. Speaker, I continue to seek application with regards to that. If we're taking this thing very seriously, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at all facets of it, Mr. Speaker. Will people who have had their firearm applications denied in the past, will they now have an opportunity to come to make a new application to the new board, Mr. Speaker? These are questions that we have to ask, Mr. Speaker. I think so strongly, Mr. Speaker, and I heard before I go there, I heard the Prime Minister indicate that he recommends that the chairman be the Commissioner of Police. So I hope that when we get to that stage that amendment will be made, because it's not indicated in the act. And as I was indicating, Mr. Speaker, I feel so strongly about a board being placed that I think that maybe people may want to take issue with what I'm saying, but I believe at that stage, Mr. Speaker, people whose firearms are approved should be published publicly.
Have you looked at section 2C on page 12?
No, Mr. Speaker, it does not speak to the commissioner. Are you referring to the 2C? The minister shall appoint the chairperson.
So he said he'll appoint the commissioner.
I beg your pardon?
So
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't say that in the act.
It gives him the discretion.
So in his presentation.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It has to be.
No, but I'm saying it. Okay, yeah, okay, right. So it will be amended in committee stage. That's fine, right? And that's what I'm just.
Members,
saying,
members, please hold on.
Speak the truth.
If a bill gives a member, if a bill gives a member the power to appoint a particular person as chair, and in the presentation of the bill to this honorable house, he makes it known who the chairman shall be. Member for Miku South and member for Castries East. I am speaking, and when I'm speaking, no other member shall speak. So, if a member who is presenting a bill, which bill gives him the authority to make a recommendation, and he states in his presentation that that is his recommendation, how does that not? Are you aware of what it means to present a bill? Everything you say there, that becomes the lawyer.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for sharing your wisdom on this, Mr. Speaker, but in my layman's view, I think it should actually be recorded in the act. That's my thinking. I guess the lawyers can clarify and indicate to me that maybe that's not the case. But that's how I... But so, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, while I welcome the increased penalties and everything, Mr. Speaker, there must be a feeling, Mr. Speaker, by the citizenry, okay, that this process is transparent, this process is fair, Mr. Speaker, and that issuance of licensed firearms, Mr. Speaker, okay, will be one that is provided to people who are truly deserving of it, Mr. Speaker. Okay, and I'm hoping also, Mr. Speaker, that I said earlier, that some further clarification will be given to us with regards to the whole taser issue, Mr. Speaker. There's just one more thing I would like to mention before closing, Mr. Speaker, and that is the board also, based on what I'm reading here, shall grant and renew a license or permit, Mr. Speaker. One of the problems we have in public office, and people see it, is the amount of bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. And I'm kind of concerned with regards to the renewal having to go to a board, and in terms of the efficiency of that process, Mr. Speaker. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, an individual, and as rightfully said by the Prime Minister, even if you are a legal firearm holder, the day your firearm license expires, you're no longer a legal firearm holder, and you can be charged. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, similarly to when your vehicle insurance expires, Mr. Speaker, you rush and try to get it paid so that you remain within the law, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned that somebody identifying their firearm license expires today and rushes to renew his firearm license. He has to go to SSU for them to inspect the firearm. And, Mr. Speaker, that sort of efficiency, what is the process with regard to that? Can we not have the renewal continue to be done in the way that is done currently, Mr. Speaker, which is a quicker process? I note the power of the board also. The board also has the power to revoke a license, Mr. Speaker. There is nothing to indicate what would qualify a license to be revoked, except of the fact that, well, I guess he spoke to somebody being drunk, but the person was being penalized in terms of the charge, not necessarily that the license would be revoked. I thought a lot more discussion and information with regards to the revocation of a license, whether, somebody could just be targeted for their license to be revoked, Mr. Speaker. So these are some of the questions I'm hoping that would be clarified a little later, Mr. Speaker. But as I said, I do support the increased penalties because I think it's pointing in the right direction. But I also believe a lot more emphasis should be given to apprehension and not just necessarily, increasing penalties. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Miko South. Are you deferring to Miko North? The member for Miko North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today marks a very important day in my political career. Today marks 1 year since I became the parliamentary representative for Miko North. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, please permit me to stray a little before I commence my contribution to this bill. I want to start by wishing the patrons of the St. Anne's Parish, Mr. Speaker, and that's my home parish, happy parish feast as they prepare to celebrate tonight. And I want to extend my condolences to the Shalry family who recently buried their loved one, Miss Lucille Shalry, better known as Miss Labelta. Today, Mr. Speaker, marks a year since the people of Miko North created history at the polls. And for the first time, they brought the seat home to the St. Lucia Labour Party. I want to sincerely thank the people of Prale, Mamiko, Monripo, Lahu, Lombard, Grass Street, Passiers, Lapouette, St. Marie, Montboisden, Marguerite, Escap, Volette, Mayette, and the Micoud village, Mr. Speaker, for placing their confidence in me and giving me the opportunity to represent them in this House of Parliament. I also want to thank those individuals, Mr. Speaker, in the diaspora who worked tirelessly to ensure that I am where I am today. Mr. Speaker, permit me to mention some of these individuals quickly, who, despite not residing in the constituency currently, they continue to play an integral role in the development of Micoud North. Jubilee, Daniel, Tobo, Bia, Frances, Adria, Marie-Celia, Gaston, Dennis Furnace, and all the others. And I will not be able to mention all of them, Mr. Speaker, and I ask that they forgive me. Those who I may not have remembered this morning, I ask that they forgive me. Thank you for buying into the mantra Miku Se Sanu and contributing towards the development of a Miku that you can proudly call yours. I have to also mention, Mr. Speaker, a few stalwarts in the community who work like donkeys during the campaign to ensure that we achieve this feat. My campaign manager, Ms. Phyllis, Yuyu, Cynthia, Laurelie, Mayo, Labas, Silas, Mr. Rosary, Peterson, Ms. Beffelid, Felicia, Tasha, Risha, Mr. Cagney, Jacoda, Mr. M, Backyard, Mr. Henry, Beverly and Wilberfer, Nelva and Minelva, OG and Ulan, Red Rat, Ghana, Yanet, Chanel, my constituency branch, my office staff, my friends, and in a very special way, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my prayer support group, the fishermen and the farmers, my family, and my mentor. To say that the past year has been a walk in the park, or it has been all glitter and glamour, Mr. Speaker, would certainly be an untruth. The last year has been a learning curve for me, and it has definitely come about with some of its challenges. It has not been the easiest year in which to govern. And as a country, Mr. Speaker, we are still trying to come to terms with the pandemic. We have seen the dark clouds of inflation covering our skies due to the Russia-Ukraine war. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, I continue to grapple with the issues of sargassum and the high rates of youth unemployment. And as I say sargassum, Mr. Speaker, I know that the fishermen are very concerned, but I can say today in this honorable house that as we speak, works are being done to take care of the sargassum situation in Micoud. And hopefully, as soon as we are done with Micoud, we are going to move to Pralin to continue the works. Hopefully then hereafter. I'm also charged with the responsibility, Mr. Speaker, of managing expectations of individuals, especially those expectations which are not realistic and sometimes very individualistic. But as one who believes in the word, I can tell you that God knew exactly what he was doing when he appointed the men and women of this government to handle the affairs of this country, Mr. Speaker. I want to tell my colleagues today, let us not become weary in doing good. For at the proper time, we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Let us continue to put St. Lucia and the affairs of St. Lucians first. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to lend my voice in support of the amendments to the Firearms Bill. I will be the first to admit, Mr. Speaker, that we have a serious problem on our hands, and as a matter of fact, sometimes I even say that we are in a state of crisis. There is no running away from the harsh reality which we are faced with in this country. Although this alarming and disconcerting incidents and phenomenon of crime is not unique to only St. Lucia. We see similar situations in Jamaica, Trinidad. You turn on your televisions and your radios, Mr. Speaker, and you cannot help but be saddened by the news of another gun-related homicide. Mr. Speaker, dealing with this situation requires an urgent and desperate need for innovative, creative, pragmatic thinking and strategies, and the amendments to this bill is part of the strategy, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to quote the words of Dr. Velon John from his piece, A Certain Perception. We, the movers and shakers in this society, and on whatever level, and in whatever sphere, have to be creative and proactive in the posture we assume in the containment of crime. And it is a posture that must be holistic, for it is only in so doing that we can bring about a salubrious revolution in thought, in perception, in attitude, and conduct of the members of society. There are some very important words in this quote, Mr. Speaker. We, the movers and the shakers. And in this room, I see quite a few movers and shakers, Mr. Speaker. We as politicians have been charged with the responsibility of spearheading of the moving and shaking. Then I look at the next few words in this quote. We have to be creative. We have to be proactive in the posture that we assume in the containment of crime. This is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. We have acknowledged that there is a problem with crime and gun-related offenses. We have taken the bold decision to tackle the situation head-on as part of our crime-fighting strategy. And it is for this reason that we are in this honorable house today debating the proposed amendments. And I want to commend the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, for being able to stand here boldly. Others may cower in the face of adversity, but he was able to stand here boldly and said that it does not matter what it costs him or his government. But if it is for the interest and for the betterment of the people of St. Lucia, that he is going to take the decision. And I want to commend him for being able to stand here and being able to take that decision to bring these amendments before the House today. Now, note well, Mr. Speaker, I said as part of the strategy. We understand all too well that legislation alone will not suffice, or it will not solve the problem before us. We understand that crime fighting and dealing with gun-related offenses is a lot more complex and perplex than what actually meets the eye. That is why, Mr. Speaker, that is why that as part of our manifesto promise, we agreed to tackle crime in a holistic manner. We have started this process. We started tackling some of the deficiencies as it relates to the physical infrastructure component of dealing with crime. Mr. Speaker, you would recall, not too long ago, a fleet of vehicles were handed over to the police to help bolster the operations. The budget this year has an allocation for the reinstatement of a custody suites. There is also an allocation for divisional headquarters in Grozili, and we return the training vault for the police. Work is underway, Mr. Speaker, to improve the conditions at the Borderley Correctional Facility. A few weeks ago, we witnessed promotions happening within the ranks and files of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, and now the amendments to the Firearms Bill. Mr. Speaker, crime should never be politicized. It should never be. But there is no shying away from the efforts of this government, Mr. Speaker. We cannot shy away from the efforts of this government to put measures in place to bring peace and comfort to the St. Lucian people. The measures which I mentioned are essential to dealing with what we are faced with currently, Mr. Speaker. But we also understand that we have a responsibility to ensure that our children and our grandchildren do not inherit what we have to deal with today. The only way to do so is to work on the parenting and education aspects and to provide an enabling environment so that the generations to come can thrive. We need to build a resilient St. Lucia, which is not so heavily affected by external factors. And I know some people may say that this is wishful thinking, but Mr. Speaker, I believe in our people. I believe in the ability of our people as St. Lucians, so I know that we can achieve whatever it is that we put our minds to. This is why, Mr. Speaker, the programs like Back on Track, among others, they provide us with some kind of social intervention. And these programs continue to be a priority for this government. We have proposed to broaden the primary school education to address critical thinking, conflict resolution, and emotional intelligence. And all of this, Mr. Speaker, is in an effort to utilize a multidimensional approach to dealing with gun violence and crime in general. Mr. Speaker, there is usually an inherent or acquired need to score political points when dealing with issues related to crime or to place blame on administrations before us. But this government refuses to adopt this posture. As we have all noticed, and some of us here, Mr. Speaker, we have even experienced the incidence of gun-related offenses, and we know that it is alarming. And what has exacerbated the alarming situation is the involvement of our youth in this scenario of vicious, mindless, and sometimes deadly activity. Mr. Speaker, more often than not, we hear of incidents of gun violence. Our young people are involved. Our young people are dying, and we cannot allow this to continue. Mr. Speaker, I'm a young man. And when I think about the way in which so many of our young men meet their demise, Mr. Speaker, I'm a young man. Yes, and I want the record to say that I am a young man, despite what the member for Denry North may think. And Mr. Speaker, when I think about the way in which so many of our young men, they meet their demise, it really aches, Mr. Speaker. It really hurts to see that so many young men and women, as we have seen recently, they fall victim to gun violence and crime. There are issues that we can point to which contribute to crime, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment, dysfunctional homes, genetic endowments, poverty. But none of these, Mr. Speaker, can justify a person taking a firearm and killing another. None of this. Mr. Speaker, the proposed stiffer penalties in this legislation is intended to discourage persons from obtaining illegal firearms. And in a similar fashion, Mr. Speaker, like the member for Choiseul, I believe that it could have been a little stiffer, but we too have to also be considerate, Mr. Speaker, when we're passing laws. We have seen a situation where individuals have been caught with illegal firearms, and in less than a week, Mr. Speaker, they have made bail and they're back on the streets doing even more things. We have heard individuals saying that when they buy their illegal gun, they put their $10,000 and their $15,000 aside right away in the event that they are caught, arrested, convicted. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow this to continue. And that is what this piece of legislation, or the amendments to this piece of legislation, is trying to discourage. Where persons believe right now, Mr. Speaker, $15,000 have been made to look like $20. Like somebody can literally just put $15,000 on the side, hold their firearm and wait. In the event police hold them, they know where their bail money is coming from or where the fine money is coming from. So I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I support the stricter penalties. I support the stricter the fines and confinements. However, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at this in a holistic manner. We need to be able to provide the police with the support, and I'm happy that the Prime Minister in his presentation, the member for Castries East, spoke about ensuring that we implement the swift justice system to deal with the backlog of cases, because I know that that is one of the problems that impedes our progress, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to dealing with matters, firearm matters. We have situations, firearm matters. I too, Mr. Speaker, from my police days, I have matters which are still in the court for about 7 or 8 years. And it is sad that persons have to wait 7 or 8 years for their fate. And I think that if we have a swift justice system where these matters can be disposed of urgently and quickly, we will also see a decline in the amount of gun-related offenses. Or if we don't see a decline in the amount of gun-related offenses, we are certainly going to see an increase in the amount of convictions. So, Mr. Speaker, when it hits home, especially in my constituency, I have to speak and I have to support the bill. A few weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I was in my constituency and I had to prematurely end my constituency day to attend and visit a family who had a son who got shot in Pralin. And before, we used to say it was in Castries, then we said it's in Vieux-Fort. But Mr. Speaker, crime affects every one of us in this room. And we've seen little pieces, or we've seen the effects of crime trickle down to every constituency in this country. And we have to also understand that gun violence affects every aspect of our economy. It affects tourism, which we are heavily dependent on, and we cannot allow this to continue. So I support the intention of this bill. I know that this bill, the intention is good. I'm hoping to see that we can actually make this thing work, Mr. Speaker, but it would need the efforts of every one of us. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to once again lend my voice in support of this bill, and I would like to encourage all agencies in society to play their part in dealing with this multifarious phenomenon as it affects all of us. I want to reiterate my support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Castries South East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker, I want to be extremely brief on this, on my support on this piece of legislation, but of course, permit me to express my, of course, commendation and support for those who are celebrating today this anniversary of the Labour Party, including myself. But of course, Mr. Speaker, I need to let St. Lucia understand and to let us understand that we all celebrate differently. And my own experience in participating in the past election was a very unique and personal one. And up to now, Mr. Speaker, I can say that I haven't jumped in jubilation as one would have expected me to. But of course, my circumstances and my situation is different. And it's for this reason I joined to support this piece of legislation and to add my voice in supporting in a very special way. Mr. Speaker, a number of persons in St. Lucia have experienced the loss of their loved ones through some violent means, especially when it's uncertain. And gun violence is partly responsible to a number of persons losing their loved ones. I personally know what it is to speak to a healthy son on a Friday and to hear of his passing on Saturday. And of course, grieving continues throughout. And sometimes I ask myself, do persons understand why I would not jump and punch my fist in the air to celebrate? Because grieving continues throughout your lifetime. And therefore, I want to, this morning, remember all persons who have lost a loved one through violent means, and in a particular way, remember some young lady, 23 years old, Sasha Polius of Bel Air, a constituent of mine. Her body has just been found a few days ago. And of course, I heard the story of her legs being amputated or what have you. And I do sympathize with Lily and the rest of the family who, in a serious way, are mourning just like some other St. Lucians. But of course, as the Prime Minister presented this important piece of legislation, and most persons would be hearing the conditions for deterrent, I need to remind the young men and persons listening to us this morning, we are not doing this thing because of our disposition to young men in St. Lucia. We care about the young men in St. Lucia. In fact, it is this very government that expunged the book records of some of our young men who were in prison, and to make their records clean with us, who were caught with some small bits of marijuana. It is the same government who have actually invested through institutional strengthening for the Back on Track ministry to provide opportunities and support for some of our inmates while in prison. In fact, it is this same government that is using some amount of our allocation towards providing micro-enterprise for some of our inmates who are about to come out so that they do not get back inside of there. And of course, we want to recognize the support program, of course, details of which will be explained in the youth economy directed at our same young people. So I just thought, Mr. Speaker, that I remind us that the manner in which we are pursuing the issue of gun violence and the piece of legislation that has been passed to be a deterrent, it is not intended to create a bad relationship with our young men, but it is to tell them that we do not accept gun violence in our society. We do not accept taking lives for no reason. We do not accept violence perpetrated to our young girls, to our mothers, to families. We want a peaceful society. This is the essence of this piece of legislation. And of course, this will not be the only intervention made. Like I said, we have expunged the records of young men in prison. who were in there for some bits of marijuana. We understand social justice. We understand the principle of equity. We understand what it is to create a society equal for everyone. But also we understand the need for making our society safe so that everybody can enjoy it. And therefore this is really a deterrent. It is saying that you should not have access to illegal weapons. You should not just pull up a weapon and kill somebody. This is what we're saying to our young men in our society. And of course, as anything else, I'm hopeful, I am optimistic that we will do better. In spite of how dark it looked at this time, with this government, with our tint of red this morning, and Mr. Speaker, I wish there was some sort of a standing orders to allow only red to be present this morning, but of course, in the spirit of the democracy, we have to embrace 2 bits of yellow. But this morning, I think with all well, of course, and some blue as well, but it is really a national acknowledgement of what the people of St. Lucia did on the 26th of July 2 years ago. And of course, it's nothing wrong if the members on the other side this morning, in the spirit of what St. Lucian said, add a bit of red to the yellow shirts. Of course, it would make the atmosphere even better. But this morning, everyone in red is saying, thank you to our political leader. Thank you to St. Lucians who gave us the opportunity not just to bring this piece of legislation, but have ushered in a new atmosphere so our people can be prosperous, our people can be more peaceful. I trust, Mr. Speaker, that for the rest of the proceedings you would hear a lot more in terms of what we have done. I could tell the people of Castries Southeast that we are poised to make a difference in the lives of people. And that difference is important because while some of our people may have voted, some people may have supported a lot what we've done, change is something sometimes difficult to embrace. And sometimes persons do not understand what change is. We have not just voted for change, but the manifestation of change will be seen and experienced in the lives of St. Lucians. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support this piece of legislation as a deterrent to young men participating in gun violence and making life difficult for St. Lucians. Thank you.
The member for Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for the bill presently before us for debate. Mr. Speaker, before I continue on the specifics of the bill and the context in which the bill is being put before us, Mr. Speaker, I would like you, Mr. Speaker, to allow me leave to say a few words, Mr. Speaker. Of course, as has been said by colleagues before, today is a historic day. And such is the impact of the significance of today, Mr. Speaker. I notice that even you have been making a few mistakes, Mr. Speaker. And it's a little unusual for the Honorable Speaker to get off course. And I trust, Mr. Speaker, it is the memories of July 26, 2021, Mr. Speaker. A day on which, Mr. Speaker, all the barking dogs, all the jackasses, all the mendicants came out to vote, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I know that the member for Mico South has left the chamber because I was going to ask him, how does it feel when the barking dogs finally bite, Mr. Speaker? But he's not here, Mr. Speaker. So I shall go on, Mr. Speaker, to express sincere thanks to all the constituents of mine who voted for me. And Mr. Speaker, I will tell you, I spent 5 years in opposition. And I learned what it is to be an elected representative. And it had its challenges. But Mr. Speaker, I will tell you, in the last year has brought new challenges. And I'm really, Mr. Speaker, admiring my colleagues who have served for multiple terms. The member for Vieux-Fort South, the member for Castries East, the member for Library, for Vieux-Fort North, and the member for Castries North, the member for Castries Central. And the member from Castries Central probably best knows the constituency that I represent because we serve next to each other. The demands that you face when you're in government, Mr. Speaker, and we all change. You move from being a member in opposition with a lot of time on your hands to visit everybody and spend a lot of time with them, to now having ministries to run and having to find that balance, Mr. Speaker. And of course, everybody sympathizes with you when you're in opposition, and they give you patience, Mr. Speaker. But now you're in government, they want you to deliver for them as quickly as you could. So I must say to my constituents, not all are very happy with me now. They don't see me as often as before. I cannot meet all their needs immediately, Mr. Speaker. But there are some people, Mr. Speaker, in thanking the constituents who supported me, that I must mention, Mr. Speaker. If you start in Marigo, you must mention Corinne, Mr. Speaker. And if you go to Basses Joseph, you must mention Alan, Mr. Speaker. And of course, Mr. Speaker, you go to Fuasho, Mr. Speaker. And Goods is not with us anymore, nor Palace. But we still have Robert and Shockey and so many others, Mr. Speaker. The Leos and the Papins, the Sonnies, Mr. Speaker. And of course, if you go to the old cemetery hospital road, Mr. Speaker, my place self, Mr. Speaker, we have so many persons who worked so hard for this victory, from Fat Boy and Charlene and Sean and all the others, Mr. Speaker. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, that when they join me at my AGM on August 14th, and I present to them what I've been working on for the last year, and show them the transformation that will take place in Castries South, Mr. Speaker, I know they will be impressed with all the hard work I've been putting in for the last year. I'm not sure I want my colleagues to join me and to see all what I will present, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you, we have quite a lot that we would want to discuss on that day. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, today, Mr. Speaker, that the Basses Joseph Road has started, Mr. Speaker. The Marigo Road has started, Mr. Speaker. The court in Cicero is being repaired right now, Mr. Speaker. The playing field in Cicero that was stopped in 2016, Mr. Speaker, will commence rehabilitation this week, Mr. Speaker, 1 year later. And the Basses Joseph Multipurpose Center that was stopped in 2016 will recommence, Mr. Speaker, in the next couple of weeks. All within 1 year, Mr. Speaker. This government is putting people first, Mr. Speaker. And I am proud, Mr. Speaker, of what we've done. I can speak of so many others, the housing repairs, the school assistance, the food vouchers. So much we've done, Mr. Speaker, in 1 year, that I certainly feel proud to be a member of this government, Mr. Speaker, and for us to be delivering to the people of St. Lucia. But, Mr. Speaker, the only sad note for today, Mr. Speaker, is that the opposition still does not learn some of the fundamentals, Mr. Speaker. They don't, Mr. Speaker. They still believe they did everything right and the people are ungrateful for not returning them to office, Mr. Speaker. They believe that. They honestly believe that. And I heard the member from Strozel Saltibus, Mr. Speaker, my dear friend, I heard him call New Spain. And it's the most disturbing call ever made. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, what's happening to the ponytail, Mr. Speaker? Because, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be something wrong with even him, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he is saying the reason why they lost the elections is because the Labour Party is so good at half-truths. And I'm saying to myself, but they are masters of untruths, Mr. Speaker. You know, they don't even know the value of truth and honesty in government. They don't, Mr. Speaker. And he's saying they were always on the back foot and they should have been on the front foot. And he was speaking in relation to the agreement that was signed last week by the Prime Minister for the Grand Hyatt Hotel. And he was complaining, Mr. Speaker. The same member in 2016 who said we don't need hotels in Strozel, we just need factory shells. He said it.
Member for Strozel, you have a point of,
point of
an
order.
interruption.
Point of order.
And the point of order.
The member is misleading, you know. Mr. Speaker, the member knows I did not compare my factory, as he said, my warehouse, to the hotel. I did say very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that any project come into the community of Choiseul that will benefit the community, I will support. I never made a comparison to my incubator program versus the hotel. So I just want the member to get that right.
Mr. Speaker, I recall he said, I prefer warehouses. And I was more generous to him. I said factory shells, which suggests factories. He said warehouses to store things. But, Mr. Speaker, let's move on, Mr. Speaker. Let's move on. I think, Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make is that maybe the opposition can reflect, Mr. Speaker, and recognize that you cannot disrespect St. Lucians. You cannot say the things you said to them. You cannot treat them with disdain. And it's a lesson for all of us in politics. And this Prime Minister keeps reminding us to stay grounded. To stay grounded, Mr. Speaker, because of the sensitivities of how you serve people, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say to him, Mr. Speaker, the only people worse than Trump are people like Mitch McDonald and those people that defend the nonsense that Trump does. And he's very quickly falling into the trap of defending the indefensible of Alan Chastney, Mr. Speaker. And he better take note of it, because the next time he probably wouldn't be so lucky to keep the Choiseul seat, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this bill today is significant. And I think the member for Castries East highlighted how significant it is when he said he was a little unhappy having to come here today to present such a bill that imposes strict penalties on persons for having firearms. And, Mr. Speaker, if you sit back and you reflect on it, and you recall the member from Beaufort South in a presentation to this House a couple of sittings ago, trace all that has been done over the years to try to stem crime in St. Lucia. And he reminded us, from 1997, Mr. Speaker, when he became Prime Minister, we had a situation where prisoners and police officers were using the same washrooms, same toilets. He reminded us of the state of police stations around the island and how many police stations were rehabilitated, were built under his administration. He reminded us of the amount that was done to equip the police. And I know firsthand, I was involved in Cricket World Cup, and I know the amount of equipment we gave to the police then. He reminded us. He reminded us, Mr. Speaker, of the laws and the changes, the new criminal code, and all those pieces of legislation that were enacted, all with the hope of stemming criminality in this country, Mr. Speaker, and promoting citizen security. Yet we find ourselves where we are today. And it really raises the question, what can we really do, Mr. Speaker? And last night, in preparing to come here this morning, I went to read a document, Mr. Speaker, and it was quite instructive. And some of my colleagues here might remember it. In 1996-97, the then government, United Workers' Party government, I don't think the member from Castries North was yet Minister of Youth, a national task force on indiscipline was established in St. Lucia, chaired by the then PS Education, Dr. 1987-88. Yeah, they had just become. And I beg him not to do it, Mr. Speaker, but that's another story. The PS of Education then, I think, was Dr. Frederick, and he chaired a national task force on indiscipline. And the National Youth Council made a presentation by Mario Michel, Mr. Speaker, on indiscipline in St. Lucia. You remember that, member for Castries North. And then Mario Michel predicted, he said he was looking at the society through an optimistic eye and through a pessimistic eye, and saying all the things we should do for our young people and the society for us not to reach a certain destination. And he said through his pessimistic eye, all the things, if we did not do it, where we would end up. And we've ended up very close to where he said we could end up, Mr. Speaker. Because there were certain fundamentals we felt then as youth leaders had to be put in place to make sure that degradation we were seeing in the society would not take place. And we failed our young people, Mr. Speaker. I was a young youth leader then, but I can see now that I am part of the leadership of the country that we failed our young people, Mr. Speaker. But what is also ironic, in his critique, there was largely a blame on television. So those are the days when CNN and WGN and wrestling and all those things were being brought into St. Lucia. We call it the television of society. Little did he know there would be something even worse than that called social media, Mr. Speaker. And what it can do in terms of orienting your young people, what it would do to changing the values of our people, not just young. But he made a most telling statement that we were making indiscipline synonymous with young people. And he said that there was more indiscipline at the other stratas of society and not just the youth in St. Lucia. And if we make crime equal youth, we are doomed to fail. And we did that. We did that. And today we are where we are. But the St. Lucia Labour Party, when in government, has a long history of the number of social interventions that we have put in place, Mr. Speaker. And I can never forget how hurt I was when there were suggestions from the other side. The member from Stroza Saltibus was not there yet. That if you introduce a STEP program, that was a backward step. Just think about that. At a time when so many persons are unemployed, hustling and struggling to survive, and we thought we can put in place short-term employment programs to give them a little something, a little soulagement, to just keep them going. We were condemned for doing this. We were told we were wasting resources. And up to the last government, where the member from Stroza Saltibus was, they were saying this Labour Party has a habit of wasting money, giving away to people, creating mendicants. How can helping people who don't have and are crying out for need, Mr. Speaker, and if you provide the social intervention programs to help them, that's creating mendicants, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if any other parliamentary rep will speak. I have had people come to me and tell me, boss man, I have to commit a crime today. I am nothing. Some of them might be exaggerating when they tell you that. But some of them come to you and they tell you that, boss man, my children ain't eat for 2 days yet. What I go do? And you have to face that reality. You have to face that reality, Mr. Speaker. And I am not condoning anything that any of them would do. But the point I am making, Mr. Speaker, is as we pass this legislation, and we need to pass it, we must never forget that we need equally to apply ourselves to the programs that will help alleviate the struggles and the sufferings of some of our marginalized and dispossessed people in the society. We cannot forget that, Mr. Speaker. So we must never encourage them, and we must always support a criminal justice system that is effective and efficient. But we must never forget equally, we have a duty to intervene and to provide support for those who do not wish to go down that road, but sometimes end up there. You heard the member from Castries speak about it, and he gave a very practical, and those of us who know the streets will tell you it happens. People will pay young people in particular, vulnerable young people, small sums of money to transport items for them. And they have nothing in their pocket. And they believe that they can get away with it. And they will take the chance. And he said it, when you are arrested and you put in, it's not the boss man that's serving time with you. And those messages must come across. But we must also be there to give them the alternative, Mr. Speaker. Because I support this legislation wholeheartedly. I detest guns, Mr. Speaker, on the streets. And what it can do, Mr. Speaker. I mean, I can tell the names in the last 5-6 years as a parliamentarian of people who've died from gun violence from my constituency. I can tell you even before. I can tell you even closer to home. So we must not, Mr. Speaker, object to the necessity of such legislation. But I want to always appeal that we must equally be committed to providing the social intervention, Mr. Speaker, for those who may be in the vulnerable positions, that we can deter them as well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member from Stroza Saltibus raised the issue of the board versus the singular Commission of Police. And I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to just reflect on it. Which would you rather approve a firearm license? A sole individual of 5 people, Mr. Speaker? A sole individual. I mean, the claim is that some of the 5 might be influenced, but can the one not be influenced? I mean, think about it. One person has the discretion whether to approve or not. He can be influenced. He can be persuaded otherwise or to support it. Would you take your chances if 1 or with 5 making the right decision? Maybe one of the 5 might be influenced, but they still have 4. When the one out of the 1 is influenced, what do you have as a check and balance? How could you ever prefer one person making a decision as against 5 qualified persons to make the decision? Explain that to me. But the same individuals will support a minister appointing boards and appointing other persons to other statutory agencies, Mr. Speaker. And the inconsistency really exposes its nakedness, Mr. Speaker. So I don't see the logic. I would quickly accept you probably saying of the 3 persons to be appointed, one should have a legal background, one should have a law enforcement background. If you had said so, I would say yes, you are strengthening what is there. But to say you rather one person make the decision than 5 persons, I cannot really see the logic in it, Mr. Speaker. And then the point is made about the tasers. The truth is, the tasers are already classified under other legislation. It is. The customs sees it when they get it, and it's provided for under another piece of legislation. But I take it is a genuine attempt to get clarification, and I think the leader, the Prime Minister, will address that when he speaks. But tasers themselves are becoming of concern to us, because I was surprised to learn when the Attorney General briefed us as to the prevalence of tasers, in the society. For some people, it's a defensive weapon rather than an offensive weapon, but the fact is it can be offensive, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am particularly heartened to read of the penalties for assault weapons, Mr. Speaker. I believe, and I think a Calypsonian recently said it, that if your gun's bigger than the police own, off to Ukraine, and that ratata is not for the streets. These are instruments of war for the killing of people in numbers, Mr. Speaker. And I think the harshest penalty should be given to them, Mr. Speaker. So I support this in particular, Mr. Speaker. They have no place for those automatic assault weapons in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. There's no place for it. So you have my fullest support on those provisions. Again, I want to join the Prime Minister to say to our young people who have been exploited because they are in vulnerable situations to think over and over before they engage in any act that will bring them faulty before this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case and I support the legislation.
The member for Dennery North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment being proposed to the legislation before us. But like the presenters before me, Mr. Speaker, permit me to preface my very brief contribution with expressions of gratitude to, first of all, the leadership of the St. Lucia Labour Party for having placed their confidence in me as a candidate to contest the general elections of 2021. I also want to say thanks, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister for placing his confidence in my ability to be a member of his cabinet and entrusting me with very important portfolios in the scheme of national development. And I also want to place on the record how grateful I am to the people of Dennery North, Mr. Speaker, who have gone to the polls on 3 different occasions to repose their confidence in my ability to be their parliamentary rep and to give expression to their concerns as beloved constituents. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank my mother and my family. I want to thank my neighbors. I want to thank my constituency group in Denry North for the support that they have given to me over the years. Mr. Speaker, today we celebrate 1 year in government after the last general election. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the most coveted, the most cherished, and arguably the most important for me. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? When I look back at the campaign that we ran in 2020, 2021, Mr. Speaker, the onslaught, the nastiness that was thrown in my direction, Mr. Speaker, and with the help of the people of Denry North and my colleagues, we were able to rise above that, Mr. Speaker. And for me to be able to stand here today and participate in the parliamentary discourse on behalf of the people of Denry North, Mr. Speaker, I feel a sense of vindication, and so I must thank the people of Denry North, Mr. Speaker. There was not much fanfare in our campaign, Mr. Speaker. We were guided by a very simple, unambiguous mantra, Mr. Speaker: shone again. And Mr. Speaker, I am extremely grateful, as I would have said, to be part of this cabinet. Mr. Speaker, I support the legislation as presented by the Prime Minister. Gun control, Mr. Speaker, has been a concept that has generated a lot of debate, not just in St. Lucia originally, but throughout the world. But today we focus on the situation as it affects our country. Mr. Speaker, every week, every month, we hear the horror stories, how firearms, illegal firearms, are being used in this country to unleash on people who otherwise, Mr. Speaker, cannot defend themselves, and in some cases, Mr. Speaker, those who probably have the capacity to defend themselves, by the time the situation confronts them, it is already too late, Mr. Speaker, and funerals are being planned for them. Mr. Speaker, strengthening the legislation will not solve all the firearm problems and the crime situation we have in the country at the moment. But this represents a very significant step in ameliorating the situation in country today. And as a government, we will never cower. We will never, Mr. Speaker, move away from the reality and admit that there is a gun violence problem in this country. We are not the government to dig our heads like the ostrich in the sand and pretend everything is okay. Mr. Speaker, all of us on this side, we cringe, we hurt when we watch the news and we hear the horror stories, how young men in particular in this country are turning on each other with firearms that are not legal, Mr. Speaker, to solve their disputes. And as I said, strengthening the legislation on its own will not solve the problem, but it represents a significant step in ameliorating the situation. This has to be complemented, Mr. Speaker, by deliberate and targeted social interventions. Crime is a social construct. It is a mindset more often than not. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, when a St. Lucia Labour Party government can give expression and put on the front burner programs like STEP and SMILES, and people want to reduce that to interventions that are supposed to appease mendicants and the poor people, Mr. Speaker, it is because they do not understand, Mr. Speaker, the extent to which, as simple as they may be, these programs go in trying to create an environment for people who otherwise, Mr. Speaker, cannot fend for themselves. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support the legislation as presented. The penalties for gun violence and possession have been made more stringent, and we are hoping, Mr. Speaker, that will serve as a deterrent to those individuals or the people in our society who believe, Mr. Speaker, they can disregard law and order, take matters into their hands, and by so doing, they instill fear in the population, And even further afield, Mr. Speaker, they do untold damage to the reputation of our country. Mr. Speaker, je vais dire ça en créole. Je vais dire que je vais supporter ça Premier ministre Lucia et puis bon matin, que nous avons fait changement en loi qui a fait plus difficile pour les gens qui joignent fusil et que nous avons mis en place les gens qui ont servi fusil sans licence pour tuer les gens, pour menacer les gens, et puis comme ça, Mr. Speaker, que les lois qui ces gens là, loi qui traiter ces gens en d'une manière que ici posé faire yo les gens qui ni kachil pour ni fusil ou pas ni licence pour yo tirer kachil ça, Mr. Speaker, because you savent that punition yo kay joindre c'est kay yon qui kay soyer en pile. Moi aussi dit, Mr. Speaker, that oui, moi ga supporter pour nous mettre ces bagages ça là en place, mais là on mettre loi 9 là qu'on fait plus fort et puis faire plus difficile pour moun joindre fusil et puis pour servir fusil, ça seulement pas kay ou abattre et puis mener solution pour situation crime nous dans pays. Et nous besoin en anglais nous créer social programs, bagaille comme step où des monde qui passent en des koyo et puis bagaille comme ça et ça fait step ici en place qui primaire pour nous tous. So Mr. Speaker, with this very brief intervention, I want to pledge my support to the Firearms Amendment Bill, and I'm hoping that the desired results and effects, Mr. Speaker, will be there for all of St. Lucia to benefit from, in particular the people of Denrinoff and the young men in this society who have, Mr. Speaker, for a long time now been the subjects of the violence, the perpetrators of the violence that we have seen as it relates to the illegal use of firearms in this country. This does not solve the problem in its entirety, but as I repeat, Mr. Speaker, it is a step in the right direction, and it is only after we come together, government, opposition, civil society organizations, and all patriots of this country, that we can have a constructive conversation to chart a way forward to deal with acts of criminality in our society. Mr. Speaker, we are leaders, we were elected as leaders, and we have to demonstrate leadership when our country calls us, Mr. Speaker, to stand up and support what is right. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support the legislation as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Micoud South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we too also have to recognize the first anniversary of the elections and recognize that one of the failings of our elections, Mr. Speaker, was the number of people that chose not to vote. In fact, 49% of the eligible voters in this country, Mr. Speaker, chose not to vote. And that's a sad indictment on all of us in this room. It's a sad indictment on both of our political parties, in that we have to do things, Mr. Speaker, to continue to engage the confidence of the people. And I'm really hoping that that's not lost on us, and that we are all going to continue to make efforts. We're not perfect. None of us are. But the reality is we should all be striving for perfection. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I just want to really say thank you to the former candidate, the former representative of Micoud North. I also want to say thank you to the former Minister of Economic Development and the technocrats that participated in the construction of the Micoud Health Facility. I had the opportunity yesterday, Mr. Speaker, of actually taking a site tour of the facility, and it was very impressive. This was a facility that was done with World Bank monies and was built to the new standard of resilience. The generators, the solar panels, the refrigerators that were there was really incredible. And my belief is that the design was actually undertaken by a local design firm. I say so not only because of the country at large and also because of Micoud North, but I also say so because of the people in my own constituency, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that we do have two very good healthcare facilities, one in Deriso and the other one in T. Rocher, which one of them, the one in Deriso, was actually modernized and made a smart facility. But the reality is the new facility in Micoud offers services that were not available in the other two health centers. And I think it's part of the overall plan of strengthening our community health services. And I just really want to say congratulations. I want to thank the government for continuing that project and doing such a fantastic job of the opening ceremony and letting people know that it's open. I mean, one of the facilities, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really hoping that the government will help fulfill that dream, is the one of dentistry. Right now, my understanding is that it's only really equipped to do cleaning, and I'm really hoping that that will be expanded to include x-rays, and that we can start seeing some of the dentists that are in the city spending a little bit more time in the community areas to make it easier, particularly for the elder people who would have to commute some long distances to be able to get those levels of services. There's a pharmacy there, and then maybe I can share that with the Minister of Finance. It's something I kept on going around, Minister. I don't know why we have to fight so hard for this. The implementation of credit card machines in these facilities. I don't get it in government. I tried my best when I was Minister of Finance to continue to push to make sure that when we have these public facilities and we're going to be selling any services, that it would be made easier for people to do so. And I know it's always been a question of what the cost is, but maybe that's something that can be, I'm not blaming your government for that, but maybe it's something that we can continue to strive for, because it certainly makes life much more convenient. I also want to celebrate because, 2 nights ago we had the finals of a major football tournament in Deriso. And with the field that we had, and also with the lights, my colleague who contested against me in the constituency, I know had some very nice words to say, and I want to say thank you very much for the words that you did. And I want to thank you for the contributions of some of the trophies and everything else that you did. And it was great to see that number of people coming out to an event during the weekend like that, and the economic activity that created. And that's what, again, having lights, having these AstroTurf facilities. I'm also very encouraged to hear, Mr. Speaker, that Blackheart is going to be doing some of its matches there, and I'm hoping that both Deriso and Micoud, and hopefully very soon Soufrière, will be more utilized in hosting these events. So I'm very, very grateful for those things. The Minister of Housing is here. I certainly would like to encourage him that he made certain promises to...
Member from Micoud South, you will get to the bill that we are debating, right?
I will. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your latitude. To help the persons in Dugard that he met with, and I'm really hoping that he is going to facilitate them finding another piece of land. And I also want to make a special appeal to him publicly, Mr. Speaker, that before we left office, that the Cabinet had approved, the Ministry of Housing had approved, and the Housing Development Board had also participated in the subdivision of the lands in Ager. I believe we've gone as far to getting the approval on the prices and everything else, and I'm hoping that he will find it to expedite that project. I know that he knows the Micoud area very, very well, and how long the people in Ager have been waiting to rectify their land situation. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the bill that we debate, I want to say that I share my colleague's comments that he put forward, and I'm hoping that those are taken in the greatest amount of respect and earnest, and that we in the opposition understand what our role is. We understood our role from July 27th, and we've never had any difficulties in accepting our role as the opposition, and we put our minds and set our minds to doing the job of the opposition as well as we can. And so we will find ourselves differing at times. I'm hoping that government will see some of our points as being objective criticism, in hopes that we can continue. The same thing that you did when you were in opposition during our tenure. And so we will continue to advocate and to participate in the parliamentary process in that good faith. I noticed, Mr. Speaker, that many of the members really pointed out something that we had said from early with regards to this particular bill. And I'm hoping that we take it in all sincerity. The reality is that we have had these laws. What we're doing today is strengthening them, i.e. the amount of time that people are going to go to jail, or in fact, the amount of the fines that we're going to have. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, we have been failing to get prosecutions. And the question is this going to change anything? I mean, I certainly know during my tenure in government, recognizing and understanding the separation between the judiciary and ourselves, it was very frustrating when you see people who are not even sometimes first-time offenders, but some people who are actually out on bail already for an offense were then found with an illegal arm and are getting bail again. And I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, extremely frustrating for the police, who go out of their way sometimes and do an investigation, capture somebody, and to see the judiciary system let them down that way. So I think that this is a move in the right direction, but I do believe there is a lot more work that has to be done in working with the magistrates with arm's length away, in making sure that they understand and appreciate the leniency sometimes that we're seeing the courts convey to people who have been brought in with illegal arms. And I am for one who believes that a person certainly is innocent until you're proven guilty. But the reality, firearms are continuing, and I've listened to all the contributions here today, Mr. Speaker. All of us have had the same problem in our constituencies. Young persons dying because of gun violence. And whether it's out of rage, whether it's out of revenge, whether it's out of something more conniving than that. And it's not only the individual that has perished, but it's also the parent or parents, family members, and certainly the fear that it instills in our own community. And we're seeing right now in Vieux Fort South, as an example, Mr. Speaker, where persons are actually voluntarily going home early because of fear. So it's not just the immediate impact on the family, but it's the continual impact and the degradation that it's creating within our own society, both economically and socially. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that says, and I love it, action speaks louder than words. So it's very difficult for me, and I think for other people, to accept that after 1 year, that this is it. And that there are certain actions that the government have taken in the last year that in many ways contradict and undermine what we're seeing here as being put forward as a good step moving forward. The reality is that the canine dogs, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that when we were in government in 2006 to 2010, and there was an amnesty program, and I think there was also one during your government's reign before 2006, and where persons were encouraged to bring their arms in exchange for money. And the reality is that many people brought their arms in, and what did they do? Took the money to go and buy another gun. Because guns are readily available on the streets. Too readily available. I know it's always going to be difficult to say complete elimination of arms, but the statistics that I had access to were showing that in excess of 85% of the illegal arms coming into St. Lucia are coming in containers and are coming in barrels. So it's not even to say that they're sneaking them in the middle of the night to some secluded beach. Right underneath our nose. As was being said by other persons in this great house, Mr. Speaker, was that the fact that we're seeing the need that to solve crime, that it's a holistic issue. I keep saying, for me, my motivating factor in terms of being a litmus test in terms of what we were doing, Mr. Speaker, are we challenging our young people? Are we giving them a better option than what they seem to be choosing right now? So the development of our sporting programs, our after-school programs, the development of small businesses. I know we're going to be discussing the youth economy bill, but the reality is we need a holistic approach. One of those things was border control. I'm very happy to hear that the passport section of it is being introduced, despite the long lines at the passport department this morning. I certainly hope that that's not a sign of other things. But, Mr. Speaker, border control is absolutely necessary. The need to understand that customs has failed when it comes to the security of our borders. They continue to consider themselves as revenue generators, that their job is to collect money. Our SLASPA board has not had enough returns to purchase the equipment that was necessary. I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. At the Fast Ferry Terminal, when new scanners were put in, within a week, somebody had poured water on the scanners. Now that cannot be an accident, Mr. Speaker. Right? During my tenure, we brought in not the sophisticated scanners, because those are very expensive, but scanners for the barrels. Those too were damaged. There's something wrong. That the things that are right underneath our nose, and when we talk about, the member from Miku North talked about the courage and the bravery to do the things that are difficult. It is an issue in this country. We all have to accept that. There's something wrong with our border control system that's allowing this number of guns to so easily penetrate and come into our country. And the Prime Minister is 100% correct, Mr. Speaker. We don't make arms here. We don't build arms here. They're all imported. And between Martinique and countries south of us, it's so easy for people to come in, to bring arms in. So if we're legitimately going to see a more meaningful impact on helping young people, it really is those after-school programs, ways of getting them into enterprise in which they can make a meaningful income, a reasonable way. A meaningful income meaning that they can earn enough money to own a home, to own a car, to want to bring up their children. That's the standard that we need to be striving for, Mr. Speaker. And as I said many times, that I've stood here in opposition, is that I welcome the government doing things that are better than what we did. I'd be the first person to celebrate it. Because that's what we're supposed to do, is to continue to encourage each other to do better. But if the rhetoric becomes more about saying, I did this and you didn't do this, and it becomes more name-calling, then everybody loses, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I really believe that this is a step in the right direction. And like my other colleagues in the House, that this is not going to be enough in itself. I want to say to the government that I'm concerned for many of the citizens in this country, because they too get to reflect on the first year. And the question is, are you better off today than you were a year ago? And that's a big question. And then a member from Castries Central says 1,000,000 times. But the reality is, maybe there are people within his circle that maybe can say that. But I can say to you that that is not what the mass majority of people in this country are saying. And there's a lot more work to be done. And I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but trying to use the recession, using inflation, supply chain issues as the reason why you could not fulfill your obligations, there's always going to be a crisis, Mr. Speaker. That's the nature of what being in government is. And that's what's happening in the world. Things that we could not even imagine, all of a sudden, are we being confronted with. And that is the job of any government, is to keep the goals that you promised of making and putting people first. But the reality is, I think that this government will soon find out that in order to put people first, you must put the country first. The country must be on a strong footing to have the resources to be able to deliver to the people of this country what they so richly deserve. And the opposition will continue to support any position that shows improvement in a non-biased way to the population of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to again reiterate the comments that my colleague made from Choiseul, that there are some critical issues, and certainly I agree with him that if in fact the minister who made the promise of putting the chairman as the commissioner, if he changes tomorrow, does the new minister have the same obligation? So I think if that was what the intent is, I'm hoping that the government would see fit to make that amendment. Again, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank the people from Micoud South for their continued support. I want to thank the people of St. Lucia for their continued support, and to let everybody know that we do our job in opposition without any rancor, without any animosity, without any hatred, but simply with the idea of continuing to put our constituents and the development of our countries as our priority. Thank you.
Member for Castries Central.
Thank you, Mr. Can I borrow this? Are you going out? Oh, God bless my eyesight. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I intend on taking a slightly different approach to my contribution to this debate today, and to probably bring home concentration on social interventions and juxtapose it to the legislation as a multifaceted approach to crime fighting. Before doing so, Mr. Speaker, I noted some areas of concern by the member for Swazel Saltibus. One was adequately answered by the member for Castries South when he asked, why would you have a board approving a firearm? Mr. Speaker, the perception, the likelihood of corruption when authority resides in one is tremendously depleted as it resides in many. Then, Mr. Speaker, he spoke of someone who is in possession of a licensed firearm, and through human error, not the error of my 3-day visa, it was a blatant lie, and through human error forgets to renew his license. Mr. Speaker, the member for Swazel must understand that the mischief the legislation is attempting to cure is the proliferation of unlicensed guns, and not necessarily a licensed gun that has seen expiration of the license. And that is exactly why the discretion is granted to an adjudicating officer, the magistrate or judge. A judge will not sentence any person whose license has run out for 2 days to 10 years imprisonment or to fine him $50,000. That, I can tell you, I can assure you, will never happen, because the Privy Council, our most appellate court, will not permit it to happen. So I felt, Mr. Speaker, I should just lay his fears to rest. Mr. Speaker, as we observe our first year as a government, we are having to deal with the enormous challenges we encountered but never envisaged on assumption of office. After all, the liberation of the people of St. Lucia came exactly a year ago, but it brought about with it, Mr. Speaker, unforeseen and unenviable turbulent financial waters that would require a captain of immense economic skill to navigate. The ineptitude and non-existent management skill of his predecessor in title has had no doubt to cause this other man to build inner strength, resilience of immense proportions, and he has fared extremely well. You want his name? It's no other than Philip Joseph Pierre. I think he deserves a round of applause. Congratulations to you, Captain Extraordinaire. I want to thank the people of Castries Central who have, on 4 occasions, seen it fit to have me represent them in this august chamber. Angel Cabwit, Team Charmaine, Jenny, and the team goes on and on, Tutsi, Yasmin, and all the others who stood with me and rallied with me. Today is 1 year since we were liberated. You see, Mr. Speaker, sometimes the little man on the street may not fully appreciate how government works. Government is not in the business of making profit. Government is run through the collection of revenue, and there lays the fundamental difference between running a profit-based business and running a government. And I believe that's where the ex-Prime Minister failed tremendously. While citizens may have an expectation, legitimate that is, that government will discharge its social responsibilities, such as providing education for our young ones, fixing the roads, providing health care, and a host of other responsibilities. But more appropriately, in today's context, given this bill, equipping the police force with not only the necessary manpower, but the tools and equipment to combat crime. All of these, Mr. Speaker, place the coffers of government under tremendous pressure. Government has to do this and government has to do that. But if government has to do this and do that, what can be done if government collects nothing? You see, if government does not collect, government cannot deliver. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, crime tackling must take a multifaceted approach. It has to be taken from a social front as well as others. To do so, Mr. Speaker, you must have in place social programs that assist in poverty alleviation. As the saying goes, an idle mind is a devil's workshop. And oh, how true that is, Mr. Speaker. Because whilst we lamented the situation about crime, what did the last government expect when they stopped the STEP program? The STEP program, Mr. Speaker, that was essentially earmarked for the societal sidelined and the indigent. What did they expect, Mr. Speaker, when they stopped the laptop program and was asked, in fact, they asked us, qui gagne, qui en ça? It has since been reinstituted. What did they expect, Mr. Speaker, when they stopped the distress fund, a fund again to assist the poor, the indigent, and the dispossessed? This government has reinstituted it, Mr. Speaker. What did they expect when they left the police without vehicles, Mr. Speaker? And I want to commend again the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance that in less than 1 year, this police force has been...
Member for Swizzell, you have a point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The member is misleading this House, Mr. Speaker. To say that the past administration left the police force without vehicles, you know that's not the case, Mr. And your colleague next to you can correct you on that.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the eloquence is too far-fetched, but I will break it down and say without adequate vehicles in working condition. Does my qualification suit your mental capacity, my friend? Good. So left the police without adequate vehicles in working condition. And Mr. Speaker, tell me if I'm wrong, in less than 1 year, this administration has given the police force over 20 brand new vehicles. You don't care about the police? You don't care about crime? Am I misleading? Definitely not. Over 20 vehicles, Mr. Speaker, in less than 1 year. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about crime fighting, we don't fight crime by just uttering words of encouragement or words of supposed wisdom. Some of the most stupid people you will ever find, they will speak in terms that would captivate even the person that is the most difficult to embrace. So, social programs, which this government is heavy on, must remain one of the facets, one of the corridors of approach to this mammoth task, Mr. Speaker. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the social interventions that we have now rolled out require money. They require money. They need to be financed. Don't think the youth economy, the bill that we shall soon be debating, sprung from nowhere. It did not. It is a special program designed to put our young people on the right track, all in an effort to sway them from the involvement in criminal activity. Millions, Mr. Speaker, have been allocated for that program. The Youth at Risk program is another. All of these, Mr. Speaker, quite apart from the bill today, which is the intensification of the penalties. Quite apart from that, the social interventions are necessary, and we need money for them, Mr. Speaker. Those programs must be funded. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. I want to say this categorically, Member for Swazelle, and without an iota of fear of contradiction, that the last administration put this country in financial turbulence. Mevle di sa patwa. Denye administration na. Yo pwela hanu. Ek yo vwe telma vie kote akodi nou adon lam menu pa wekle. Financial turbulence, Mr. Speaker. Not the blue wave. The blue wave turned red. Mr. Speaker, quite apart from giving away hundreds of millions of dollars, which we can now use to expend on social programs to deter crime, the bad decisions made by the last administration, Mr. Speaker, you know what you normally hear on a death announcement? Too numerous to mention. That is how bad it is, Mr. Speaker. I mean, Mr. Speaker, let's look at it. If we could have recovered the monies, T.O.A. King, 120 million to bring horses on an air-conditioned jet. And today we have to fight crime.
Member for Swazelle.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member is misleading the House. The member is indicating that the government paid monies to bring T.O. Akin horses on a jet. Is that what the member is saying?
Yes.
That the government paid it?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the member to be saying such things.
Mr. Speaker, I am totally flabbergasted by that intrusion by the member from Swazelle. I'll tell you why. The man signed the agreement. He later said he did not know what was in the agreement, but today he know about horses. You signed the T.O. King agreement with the buyback clause, went on national TV and said that you signed it, but you didn't even know it existed. But Mr. Speaker, let me proceed in peace. So I was saying, Mr. Speaker, we need the social programs to be juxtaposed to those draconian measures we are now implementing. But we need money for the implementation. But we had an aircraft landing at our airport with police protection for horses. Air-conditioned aircraft, women, all television stations are on horses. On horses. Then, Mr. Speaker, the road, 13 million. The abattoir, 24 million. Alternative land, 11 million. The rubbish dump, we now have to transport garbage every day from Viewfort to Deglo. A month, $75,000 a month. And then you'll have the audacity to talk about fighting crime. Acquired a hotel, Mr. Speaker. Acquired a hotel with registered debt of $50 million. 135 million Caribbean jewels.
Member for Suzel?
No, I was hoping that the member, and a point about again, the member is misleading. I was hoping that again you'd have come up with that, Mr. Speaker, because on 3 occasions you have brought this up in this House, Mr. Speaker, and I would like once and for all to put to the record, Mr. Speaker, the Invest St. Lucia is through a receiver, and the member knows very well what a receiver is, okay? When a receiver is appointed by a court, okay, and the Invest St. Lucia paid the receiver. So it is a receiver's responsibility to settle any outstanding debts. The government has no liability for the loan. The government made arrangements with the receiver. Member, you misleading the House.
Well, you see, Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I don't go into the intricacies of a transaction.
Member, to be fair, you have made a direct statement that the government acquired a hotel. Are you standing by that?
I'm standing by it, Mr. Speaker, with instructions from the then Prime Minister that Invest St. Lucia shoulder the responsibility of payment. To a receiver. But it was Cabinet's decision to acquire. Mr. Speaker, it was Cabinet's decision to acquire. And I wasn't referring to the process. It is the same way, Mr. Speaker, the land at Shock by the roundabout was vested in a receiver. It was vested in a receiver. The last administration acquired it. So, excuse me, and those are the kind of bad decisions that have us in the state we are today. How on earth Invest St. Lucia is still a St. Lucian institution establishment? A hotel has been sitting there, totally abandoned for a number of years. And here comes Tipwetut and says, look, let's take it. Let's take it. Despite registered debt of $135 million. The land at the Shock roundabout, Mr. Speaker, the land was in the hand of a receiver, the same way it was acquired. Why? And today, we have to implement social programs. We have to be begging for money. You think we want to increase the penalties to such draconian levels? We almost have no choice. We have no choice. You all depleted our resources. And if squandermania was a crime, an ex-minister of finance would have been sentenced to life imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, over $150 million on a glorified car park that they call St. Jude. Notwithstanding, we had one that was about 80% complete. Over $150 million, and we discovered in a kind of surreptitious fashion a direct award of $70 million issued 11 days before election. 11 days before election. But guess what? The PS there was smart enough to send it to the AG. The PS said, you see that one? I'm not interfering. AG, I need your advice. And so, Mr. Speaker, it remained in abeyance, thank God, the people of this country were not deprived of another $70 million. You know, and on top of all of that, Mr. Speaker, having squandered so much because you want the political climate to suit you, you reduce VAT from 15% to 12.5%. And I can tell you this, and I want to say it in both English and Creole, Mr. Speaker, that the reduction in VAT from 15% to 12.5% did not, no St. Lucian felt any great reprieve from that reduction. No St. Lucian. You go to the supermarket, you'd pay more, far less. So, Mr. Speaker, that was a bad decision. And that decision on its own, Mr. Speaker, is costing the country $270 million for our 5-year term. Money I know our Prime Minister can use to put our people first. $270 million. That bad decision cost this country. You know? Exactly. So, Mr. Speaker, had the last Minister of Finance not interfere with the VAT rate, we would have had $270 million more to spend in this term, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say this, Mr. Speaker. We need to fight crime. We need to institute the social programs that require money. And sadly, when you are bringing up a child, you may treat the child in such a way that the child feels that you're doing them cruelty. But you have to put the child on the right track. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, a tough decision. It is my view, my personal view, that this country has to be placed back on the right track. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, that at some point, yes, we are going on the right track, but we have to correct some of the misdeeds, the mistakes that the predecessor in title of the Prime Minister made. Ekmeble di sa ou patwa. Dernier Premier Ministre, nou vle goume kwim. Nou ka pase loi, nou ka bay police machine, tout sa bon. But c'est pour nous mettre bagay en place pour faire ces jeunes moun chen leader de wokwim. Nous ni pour faire ça. Mais pour nous faire ça, nous besoin l'argent. VAT c'était 15%. Dernier Premier ministre là quoi, l'a été baissé, il était gagné élection. Il met plus bas par 2%, 2.5% avec ses deux citoyennetés. Sauf ça veut dire les 7 lycéens partent une pièce gagne en bas VAT ça là. Les 7 lycéens nous avons perdu 270 millions de dollars pour tout là nous avons office. 270 millions de dollars. Ça aide nous tout à cette ici pour nous vivre au primaire la vie. Nous qu'à débattre, nous qu'à débrouiller, mais c'est qu'a-t-il moi, personnally, that décision ça là, si poser ou visiter, si nous n'y pouvons faire, ça nous n'y pouvons faire by les citoyens. And let me repeat, it's not the government's position, it's my personal view that that decision has to be revisited. We have to deliver for our people. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't be too long again, 5 minutes. Let us now see that all social intervention programs are financed. In each and every society, there are a very small number of people, a small percentage who, despite whatever you put in place for them, believe that not pursuing crime, not pursuing law-abiding is the way to go. The increased penalties, Mr. Speaker, are meant for the very few, because by and large, we are a law-abiding society. But when you tell me, despite our smallness and our huge homicide rate, ranking very high per capita, over 95% of the homicides are committed with guns. We have no choice but to deal with the situation head on. Our society, Mr. Speaker, must be returned to one where peace and tranquility prevail. But some people, like I said, just don't believe in it. And when you tell me a deceased person in one instance, Mr. Speaker, was the recipient of 17 bullets, 17 bullets. If there is anything called overkill, that situation exemplifies it. And the new Firearms Act, Mr. Speaker, it establishes a board for assessing the approval of licenses, and of course it will be chaired by the Commissioner. As it relates to ordinary weapons, Mr. Speaker, I suspect it is a recommendation I will make when we get to committee stage, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we need to send the ordinary weapons to indictment. In other words, if one commits an indictable offense like a murder or robbery, and with it comes a summary charge, then invariably both can be tried by the High Court. But Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with those offenders with due dispatch, expedition beyond measure. We have to deal with them hurriedly, quick, fast, and in a hurry, as they say colloquially. And so, the smaller weapons, Mr. Speaker, I support the 10-year imprisonment term and the $50,000 fine. Although, Mr. Speaker, I was feeling the pulse of the people earlier, and one guy said to me, by the time you give a man 10 years for possession of a firearm, when he gets his discount, he only spends 6 years, because he gets 1/3 off. So basically, he was advising to even increase it. And Mr. Speaker, the penalties already being so draconian, when you speak to the ordinary St. Lucian who could vent in that manner and support, Mr. Speaker, that kind of penalty, it speaks to the frustration of our people. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I quite like the automatic weapons and the penalties. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that in committee stage, the minimum fine is supposed to be $200,000. $200,000 and imprisonment for 25 years to life. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, those kinds of deterring sentences must be on the books to ensure that we as a government do whatever we can do within the remits of our authority to ensure that we return this country to a state of calmity. So, Mr. Speaker, our government is attacking crime in a multifaceted way. Whilst we will cause the social interventions to unfold, whilst we will cause the police to be equipped with both human resources, tools, vehicles, etc., we are obligated to send a strong signal to the very few who believe they can indulge despite our best efforts. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case supporting the amendments wholeheartedly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Dennery South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill being debated in the House today. Mr. Speaker, this crime situation is becoming a very serious problem in St. Lucia, and I'm happy to stand there to be part of this debate and to really offer the support to this government in terms of attempting to address this problem. Mr. Speaker, a long time ago, I remember hearing of a gun incident in Castries or in Beaufort. But Mr. Speaker, today we hear it in the north, in the south, in the west, in the east, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you'll recall in the last few months in Dennery South, we lost a number of young people as a result of gun violence. But Mr. Speaker, before I do that, I go further. I want to thank the people of Dennery, Lakai, and Lime for placing their confidence in me to serve them as the parliamentary rep. I want to say a big thank you to them, Mr. Speaker. And to say a big thank you to my ministry staff, Mr. Speaker, for the support they have given me, especially celebrating this one-year anniversary, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this crime situation must be dealt with, Mr. Speaker, because it is creating fear among our populace, Mr. Speaker. Our business people are worried, they are fearful, Mr. Speaker, because their businesses are not doing very well because of the crime issue. And it is a matter that we must deal with as a government. And I heard all the speakers before me said it's a part of a strategy, Mr. Speaker. This debate today will not solve the issue of crime in St. Lucia, but it is part of a strategy. Our government was voted in on the 26th of July last year. And it was because the people had very little or no confidence in the previous government to tackle the crime issue as it should. And so, Mr. Speaker, the onus is on this government to make it happen. But Mr. Speaker, I will not be long because I know there are other speakers to speak after. But I want to send a message to our young people. And Mr. Speaker, it's really simple. Too often, Mr. Speaker, our young people are gunned down at an early age in this country. Too often, we see images of what we all describe as senseless killings on social media, in the press, and on the news broadcasts. Mr. Speaker, I would like to appeal to our young people that they should stay away from gangs. Please put down the weapons, treat each other with love and respect. I urge our young people that they should play their part in preserving their lives. We need to sustain every human resource we have on this island. The next life you take could have been the world's next scientist, Nobel Prize winner, or champion. We never know. Mr. Speaker, I am also calling on parents, civil society, and the churches to embrace our young people. Let us help them resolve conflicts amicably. Let us reposition the thinking, Mr. Speaker, that the gun is not the answer. Mr. Speaker, it is my hope and prayer that this firearm legislation will be the catalyst that eliminates gun violence on our island once and for all. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, I stand in support of this firearm legislation. I thank you.
The member for Babino.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in this honorable house on this historic day. Today, the 26th of July, 2022, marks 1 year since this government was elected to office. Permit me, Mr. Speaker, give me leave, let me thank the persons and the residents and voters in Babono who placed their confidence in me. And I know that right now we have 18 development committees throughout Babono. And we start from Debara down to Gara, Bogis, Monsito, Lage, Plateau, Paybush, Lakwa, Babono Central, Tishime, Foaso, Tetshime, Talvan, Kakojiwa, Kabish, Balata, Timon, and Union Terrace. Mr. Speaker, when all had given up hope, on the 26th of July, I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, that the Foaso Fortress came out in rescue of your humble servant. And my opponent was declared victor after the Foaso garrison, before the Foaso garrison had struck the final blow of 579 votes was still outstanding. And I promise the people in Babono that I will represent them, and I will continue to do that. Mable we merci tout gens Babono qui sorti dehors ek ba moi support ek bay gouvernement le bas support pour nous former gouvernement ça là. And I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for having reposed confidence in me to work in his cabinet. I want to thank the members of the St. Lucia Labour Party, and I want to thank my family for giving me support. At this point, Mr. Speaker, after 1 year, I want to thank the members of staff in the Ministry of the Public Service, Home Affairs, Labour and Gender Affairs. Mr. Speaker, my driver always asks me, Madam Minister, you do not like sunset. And when he asks me that, is because I hardly leave my office before sunset, because I'm determined to serve the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, as I speak to the bill entitled Firearms Amendment, which is one of the strategies this government is implementing to ensure that St. Lucians and visitors are safe and secure. Mr. Speaker, when I hear of firearms, many things cross my mind. The big question is, how did we get there? Mr. Speaker, I am deeply concerned about the number of persons who have become victims of gun violence in our country. Ça sont kwebche pour comment moun a set lisi qui ka mort et là yo tué yo et puis fizi. Tant longtemps moun te ka fait un petit coup de poing pour un petit wash. Mais actuellement moun ka serré des masses et yo ka shoot moun et yo ka tué moun. It's like we have opened a butcher shop in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, this government will not allow this to continue. Mr. Speaker, there is a June 27, 2022 report written by one Dewey Den Held in an article entitled Murder Rates in the Caribbean, where he cited the number of murders in St. Lucia, giving us a 40 per capita rate in 2021, Mr. Speaker, which is extremely high. St. Lucia in that year fell among the top 5 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean with the highest murder rate. Mr. Speaker, we cannot turn a blind eye to the cries of our people calling on this government to do something. The police and Home Affairs have been calling for stronger legislation to allow them to carry out their work in combating crime. Combating crime is a very complex issue, and this government will do whatever is within its power to control crime, to reduce crime, and to make St. Lucia a safe environment for all of us to live in. Mr. Speaker, we need to help our people in St. Lucia to manage and resolve conflicts among themselves. We cannot allow our people to be murdered or to murder each other on a regular basis like this. This government cares about its people, and therefore we need to do what the people have asked of us, to give them the best quality representation. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Home Affairs set out to work immediately on assuming office, and the Prime Minister, under his watch, asked that we form a unit called Youth at Risk. And Mr. Speaker, this gun violence that we are talking about and the new inmates that are admitted at Bordelais, they are primarily young persons. We cannot allow talented, intelligent, productive persons in our country to go to their graves at such a tender age. And therefore we have to work harder, Mr. Speaker, for us to rescue the next generation. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we spoke in this House, and the last administration put zero in the budget for training. And yet we say our officers are not doing what they are supposed to do. This government has put in money there to train our officers so that they can do their work better. Today, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have started training of police officers on how to handle domestic violence. It's starting today, a 3-day training. When we look at the situation of Bordelais Correctional Facility, we have the fire service, we have immigration, we have the marine unit, we have customs. All these officers are responsible in one way or the other to ensure that this country is safe, and they need training, they need support for them to carry out their duties. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that the persons who are working to keep us safe have a good working environment for them to work. And therefore, in looking at the conditions of service for our officers, police, recently we saw promotion of police officers. That is human resource capacity, incentives and motivation for them to continue to perform their duties. We have mentioned in this House the equipment that we have to give our officers to carry out their work. And we spoke of the vehicles. Mr. Speaker, in my report card, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have visited 10 police stations around the island. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'm fully aware of the conditions in which our officers work. And I have reported to the Prime Minister, and he has given the nod that he is going to address the concerns. Mr. Speaker, at Bordelais, when we talk about fighting crime, We are looking at all the different units that are together fighting crime. And the Borderley Correctional Facility, as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, this government has put in the resources to secure the place, to undergo repairs at Borderley. And we have just completed a comprehensive review of the Borderley Correctional Facility. And the Prime Minister has been waiting patiently for this report. And this will set the way forward on how we address the situation at Borderley. Mr. Speaker, this government has put in allocation, and we are talking about gun violence, we are talking about imprisonment, we are talking about fine, but there is another cost to this government. When we send them to prison, we still have to feed them. We still have to maintain them. We still have to get money, the same money that was squandered in the last 5 years. We cannot continue on the same path. The monies were thrown behind birds while some were flying in the air, like the Amazona versicolor. Mr. Speaker, now we have to make water come out of rocks for us to serve the people in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. But this government is committed to serving the people, and we will do it. And we have started, and after 1 year, when you look back, you are seeing St. Lucia's nose is already above water, because we were way down in the ocean. We are coming up, Mr. Speaker. We look at the fire service. This is another security area. This government, upon assuming office, recruited 49 new fire officers. These are persons that you have to get a new budget to pay their salary. Mr. Speaker, so far, I have visited 8 fire stations around the island. When we talk about security, we're talking about protection of the people. We saw how the fire officers came out during COVID and saved lives. We are trying to save lives while persons want to get illegal firearms to destroy others. Mr. Speaker, immigration is another area we have to secure our people. I visited the immigration department. Right now we have challenges in terms of the facility, and we have to find a way to improve it or to relocate them. You heard the launching of the border control. Criminals come into this country and they go out, and we do not have the security measures to assess that. That this government is putting in place to ensure that this is completed. On Monday, yesterday, we launched the e-passport. The e-passport is another area where we secure our borders to keep our country safe. Because when we talk about gun violence, we talk about crime, we have to ensure that the criminals are caught, and we do not allow our borders to be open so that they can escape. We cannot allow criminals to come in, commit their crime, and then leave. So all these areas have to be under control, Mr. Speaker. So it is not just about the legislation, but it is about application and implementation so that we get the desired results. Because sometimes we have laws on our books, but if these laws are not enforced, we do not have the resources to enforce the laws, then they become an exercise in futility. And for this, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you the domestic violence bill is one that was brought to this House, and so far it has set St. Lucia on course. The Firearms Amendment Bill today is another bill that's coming in to secure our people. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow our beautiful island to become a war zone. The Calypsonian Ready said, those who want to fight war should go, Mr. Minister of Creative Industries, where do we send them? Ukraine. Off to Ukraine.
or those who look like Putin.
So we do not have a war zone in St. Lucia. We want to create a safe environment for all of us sitting in this house, those outside, those in the communities. We want to keep all St. Lucians safe. And when we talk about safety, sometimes we look at others. We do not look at ourselves. We have to keep each and everyone safe. Even those who did not use the money properly the last time, we have to keep them safe so that the next bill you come with, the next bill on this agenda that deals with the special prosecutor, we will let him handle that aspect of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we cannot sit by and allow innocent people to be slain or slaughtered. Our people should have possession of guns that are within the laws of this country. Our citizens should use guns for protection, and it should be used for reasonable causes that are absolutely necessary. Mr. Speaker, the Firearm Amendment Bill is necessary to reassure the people that this government, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, cares about them, and we are putting them first. And some people, they take this phrase for granted, and they say, oh, you are putting them first. I say, we did not say who, because we will not put the criminals first. We will put our people who are contributing to national development first. So we are committed to putting our people first to ensure that we have a safe and secure environment. We have to be proactive. Mr. Speaker, the bill speaks to possession of illegal firearms and trafficking of firearms. When I entered in this ministry, I got on the desk. The police have been complaining that they do not know how to handle trafficking of firearms because the legislation was inadequate. I'm very pleased that this legislation will address that, Mr. Speaker. The penalty is increased, and the legal and law enforcement officers have to be very vigilant to ensure that the legislation is implemented according to its stipulations. Mr. Speaker, bills like the Firearms Amendment Bill is expected to act as a deterrent to persons who may be tempted to acquire illegal firearms. And Mr. Speaker, this firearm thing is so serious that some people began panicking. And there's a gentleman who approached me and he told me he thinks he's going to buy an illegal firearm. I said, well, if you do it, you will be at odds with the law, and I will not be able to help you. He said, but I want to protect myself. But I said, no, you still have to have a legal firearm. You cannot afford to have an illegal firearm. Mr. Speaker, there are many persons who are engaged in using illegal firearms, and among them are our young persons. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 did not help our cause. Our young people were left idle for a long time, and the hardcore criminals decided that they are going to recruit them, pay them a little money, and let them use the firearms. We have to pull these children back. Some of them drop out of school. We have to find these children. And I hold a lot of the parents responsible because these children sleep in a home. They have parents and they must take charge of the children. Mr. Speaker, we have a common understanding that a gun is a dangerous weapon. and has the potential to destroy someone's life. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, we should ensure that we tighten measures to restrict any forms of illegal firearm in this country of ours, our beautiful Helen of the West. Mr. Speaker, this bill is designed to manage and improve the process through which persons would be able to obtain firearms legally and to help them to act responsibly. And this is why there is a board, so you have greater transparency in the process. It is not a one-woman or one-man show. So people have been letting me know that they have applied for firearms for years, but they never got any acknowledgement of the application. Nobody told them why they cannot get it. So let us put some level of transparency in the process so people understand that it is done and not at the will and fancy of just one person who may decide you get it or you do not get it. And I believe I support this board that will allow greater access, and persons who want to apply for firearm, once they meet the requirement, there is no objection to that, because there are people with firearms in St. Lucia and they are legal. And we are not, this bill is not challenging that. It's the illegal ones and those who use it to do the things that are wrong. The law covers that. Mr. Speaker, I lend my support to this firearms amendment bill to give the citizens a greater sense of security and safety as they move around their daily activities. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
The member for Castries North.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, at this time last year, the 26th of July, the writing was on the wall. The writing was on the wall because obviously it was a bloodbath. By this time, the people had spoken. And while I stand this afternoon to speak on the Firearms Amendment Bill, I believe it is appropriate that we reflect on the actions of the people of this country, who last year said enough was enough, and who felt that there was a need to make some bold moves, take some bold decisions, and to put this country on a path of prosperity, tranquility, and honest leadership. The Red Brigade for Bread, Freedom, and Justice, under the command of the five-star General Philip J. Pierre, led his St. Lucia Labour Party to a resounding victory a year ago. I take this opportunity as the leader of the Blue Wave, who saw the need to transform what had taken root in this country into a positive direction. I take this opportunity to congratulate General Philip J. Pierre and his team of victorious members of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, but it didn't end here. It didn't end here. There were those who understood that on the 8th of June, when I made my move and explained my move and said that I have served you well under one banner, my term has come to an end, and I believe I must now present myself on the platform of independence, like the member for Castries Central. Those who were yellow and who felt the mood and had the conviction joined me. Those who believed in me over the years continued with me. And those who were from the other side, the Labour Party, came forward and said, brother, we are here with you, collectively, united, we are going to fight them, and together we shall be victorious. I take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate all those who gave me yet another opportunity for the 6th time to represent them in this Parliament among a number of individuals, a team of individuals who have demonstrated tranquility, compassion, understanding, transparency, and accountability, with a zero tolerance on corruption, where I feel comfortable in. I thank them for having joined me and made me the success that I am today to represent them yet another time. I want to thank them, Mr. Speaker, because year after year, they gave me the benefit of the doubt. They gave me the support, and they continue to say, move on, march on, and represent us in this Parliament. I want to thank all of the constituents of Castries North. I will not venture to mention names individually, but I thank particularly my family, my wife, my constituency branch who have been there with me, the Castries North St. Lucia Labour Party branch who has stood with me in this last election, and others throughout the constituency who have created this wave, this movement, and who will continue to ensure that St. Lucia preserves the administration and bring the level of stability that is required in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am here today to support the Firearms Amendment Bill, which I believe is necessary. It is necessary because of where we are now in this country. It is necessary because of the spiraling violence within our St. Lucia, our community. Not for the first time, but definitely this time there must be an end to it, and we must be bold. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make 3 statements. 1, those patriotic St. Lucians working on the front lines of our justice system deserve all the help they can get from this government and the people of St. Lucia. 2, no citizen is immune to crime, as we have all experienced the situation. And 3, as a society, if we collectively do not put all our shoulders to the wheel to tackle crime of every dimension, our society will be in for the worst. Mr. Speaker, crime in our small island has been on the upward trajectory for some time now, and certain categories, including gun violence, are on the rise. It leaves us, Mr. Speaker, to conclude that the several measures that we have taken in the past administration after administration, in an attempt to curb crime, have been inadequate or perhaps those measures have received less than optimal implementation. This brings me, Mr. Speaker, to the point that when we pass legislation, we should not only simply pass legislation, but we must create the environment, the infrastructure, and the institutions with the power to be able to ensure legislation is effective. And so, Mr. Speaker, while this amendment is a bold, strong, and commendable measure, we all know that no single measure implemented or instituted on its own will cause any significant dent in our efforts to reduce crime. We must tackle the problem head-on and in a holistic manner. This goes out without saying. And so while today we are here to amend the existing legislation, Mr. Speaker, I know this is only part of a broader spectrum of things to come. Notwithstanding the need for a holistic approach, this measure before us today is a critical cog in that wheel of justice that I am hoping will send a strong message, a strong signal to indicate that we as a government are taking an important step in our crime-fighting efforts to safeguard the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, gun violence statistics over the years have grown exponentially, and our citizens are clearly at the end of the tether. Their fears are on the spiral once again, and they are looking to this government of hope to bring peace, harmony, and tranquility to our land. Mr. Speaker, consequently, we need to get a grip on gun violence, to begin with and to mitigate and derail the carnage in our once peaceful hailing of the West. You heard some of the members, Mr. Speaker, who can attest to individuals close to them, family and friends who have succumbed to gun violence. And you have heard, Mr. Speaker, the plea for strong legislation, for strong programs to deal with the current situation in the land. Our strategic imperatives, Mr. Speaker, must include a curtailment of the proliferation of guns in our country. Mr. Speaker, too many guns are in the hands of the wrong persons, and the legislation that we seek to amend to strengthen in this august chamber today will go a long way if it is enforced by the agencies relevant to enforcement. Mr. Speaker, we must never relent on our crime-fighting efforts and strategies for the very success of this government, and for this matter, any other government, will hinge on how well we can protect the constitutional right to provide security for our citizens and those who choose to visit us as a destination. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that we protect, secure, and ensure that our country is safe for our people, our visitors, and our friends. Mr. Speaker, let me digress a bit to say that Japan, a country of over 260 million people, a country, Japan, of over 260 million people, have fewer than 10 gun-related murders a year. Fewer than 10 gun-related murders a year. Our next-door neighbor, if I'm right, Grenada, this year, a few weeks ago, recorded their 4th gun-related murder and were screaming for reform and the need to address the situation in that country. Their efforts in Japan, Mr. Speaker, at limited gun violence have been undergirded by the implementation of gun control imperatives. Gun control. Mr. Speaker, let me also profit the opportunity while I speak of Japan to express my deepest sympathy to families, friends, and the people of Japan for the brutal and cowardly murder of their former Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, which occurred a few weeks ago. Japan is a great friend of St. Lucia as they continue to contribute to our social and economic development. In fact, the new bridge being built in cul-de-sac is a gift from the government and people of Japan. One which was granted, agreed to, approved in 2015, and the march continued since then, and today we are at the stage when we're about to complete it. We convey our sentiments to the people of Japan. Mr. Speaker, if all of us agree that gun violence levels are unacceptable, then this Parliament must do something very tangible about it. Break down the partisan walls, break down our egos, and let us work together. There must be no halfway measures. Whatever we do now or in the future must stand the test of time. And the only way we can stand the test of time in this Parliament by moving legislations, moving programs and approving programs, and being strong enough is that as we as Parliament to stand together and fight the common enemy, that of violence, particularly enabled by guns. Mr. Speaker, violence is a symptom of social harms which include substance abuse, adverse childhood experiences, and trauma and poor mental health. These, Mr. Speaker, cannot be forgotten while we take the hard measures, while we attempt to intercept and mitigate and to deal with the criminal ones. We must begin to do the necessary transformation for the future to change the mindset of our society and to make our young people more responsible and certainly to be more peaceful. Mr. Speaker, in any planning environment, we must give serious consideration to the causes of deviant behavior in our society. A well-defined problem will always lead to adequate policy formulation. And this is where we should begin as we look to the future, but at the same time, indeed deal with the current problem that we have at our doorsteps now. Mr. Speaker, there are some measures, many are of the view, can contribute to positive outcomes. There are those, and there are many, who feel that we must introduce such programs as civics to all schools within our primary school system. And there are many people in society of my age who believe that we must reintroduce programs of civics in the schools. There are some who believe that victims of crime must have access to emotional support services, while there are others who believe that we must institute tougher penalties and custody. Mr. Speaker, all of these are necessary in a holistic approach to crime, dealing with crime. There are also, Mr. Speaker, those who say we must increase the use of stop and search by our law enforcement agencies, and not occasionally to stop and search, but to relentlessly stop and search to ensure that the culture is to make sure that persons are deterred from having firearms and other weapons in their possession. We believe that we must seek improvements to our justice system, tougher sentencing, and this is what we have sought to achieve with the introduction of this amendment bill. This amendment bill is about tougher sentencing to ensure that there is a deterrent. The use of scanners, Mr. Speaker, at our main ports of entry is necessary because we are very well aware that many of the arms which come into our country are coming into various forms, various containers and barrels in containers, etc., dismantled or in whole, are entering our country. And because of the absence of proper equipment to be able to detect, they are able to evade the law enforcement agencies. Partnering with other neighboring territories, Mr. Speaker, for the use of radar systems to monitor our coastal waters is imperative. And some years ago, when I was Prime Minister, we received assistance from the Israeli government through Trinidad and Tobago, who installed 2 radar systems, one at Mulashik in VFO and the other at VG. I'm not too sure what's the state of those, but the intention was to be able to monitor the movement along our coastal waters. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly keen on the introduction of civics in all our primary schools. Over the years, in the absence of such classes or a paucity of these classes, we have sat idly by and watched the moral fabric of our society being shredded to tatters. It is time to do something about it, Mr. Speaker, and this government has the moral and political authority to take the action now and get it done. I know, Mr. Speaker, you can recall the days when civics, now renamed Education for Democratic Citizenship, was on the core curriculum in Form 1 and 2 at St. Mary's College and other educational institutions in this country. And I know, Mr. Speaker, this has in a big way shaped you into the individual you are today. I hope this is not too much credit to you, Mr. Speaker. I think we need to expand this to all our schools at an early age. And if we can do this, we would have laid the foundation for a more civilized society. In short, Mr. Speaker, we need to focus on early interventions, but we must also adopt a zero tolerance to all forms of deviant and criminal behavior. Mr. Speaker, where there are violations to our laws, there must be quick access to our courts. Justice must be swift, and custodial sentencing must give offenders the opportunities and tools to facilitate reintegration to society. Mr. Speaker, the more we provide support services to persons with convictions, the more we can reduce reoffending or recidivism. Mr. Speaker, as I have enunciated earlier, this bill is only one cog in a holistic approach that this government will implement as we seek to stem the tide of gun violence. And we, as members of this administration, stand together, red or blue, stand together in unison, in unity, together to fight the challenges ahead of us. It is in this light, Mr. Speaker, that I throw my unwavering support to this Firearms Amendment Bill before us today. I want to congratulate, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, for being bold, for being transparent, and to come here strong to present this bill to demonstrate that we are prepared to take action and deal with the current situation of violence in our country. I thank you.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank...
Mr. Finance, just a minute while we turn off the other microphone. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members for their support, Mr. Speaker, for this amendment. It obviously is a very bold undertaking. I want to assure the Minister, the member for Choiseul, that the amendment for the Commissioner of Police being chairman of the board will be instituted in the bill itself. So it will be there. We'll call for an amendment, Mr. Speaker, so that the board will be chaired by the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Kashisov, in speaking on the composition of the board, made a good point. How can one man be more transparent than 5 people? But Mr. Speaker, we come here sometimes and we sell ourselves short, and we say that politicians are their worst enemies. The member for Choiseul stands in this parliament and says that the cabinet, words to the effect, may not have the, I don't want to use the word integrity, to choose 3 members to put on a board, because, and we cannot do that. We should not do that, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't even have faith in a cabinet of ministers that are elected by the people of this country. And we must stop doing that, Mr. Speaker. We must stop. Because when we continue to do that, we always sell ourselves short. Right now, the power is in the hands of one individual, and you're comfortable with it, one individual, to give firearm licenses. You've been told that throughout the region, I know for St. Vincent, for sure, I know it was just changed in Trinidad for reasons which I will not say here, and it was changed. But you, just to score political points, make the point that we are doing something wrong in St. Lucia. And Mr. Speaker, the member for Miku couldn't help himself. Even in terms of speaking about firearms, he wants to juxtaposition it with the economy. But you know, I'm not going to that conversation. I'm not in the mood for that today. Today is a day when I want to celebrate and to thank God and the people of St. Lucia for their wondrous mercies. So I will not go into that debate today, Mr. Speaker. I will not go into it, because when you want to compare now, the times we live in now, where everybody, everyone, every government, for the first time, all governments are feeling something that they almost have no control over. You want to say that you want to blame somebody for that, or blame this government for that plight, and so we're not doing anything for people. Just today, you said you would never be able to give it. We gave pensioners a one-off payment of $500. The NIC, as part of a holistic change, will increase pensions, Mr. Speaker. We are increasing school support to people, to children. We gave the 1 laptop computers to every child. You're saying that we're doing that for people? I mean, I wouldn't get involved in that today. Not today. Try again. Not today. You're not going to take me down that track. Not today. Not today. Because I know you're very happy to be here, because you don't come. You know what your party does if you don't come. So you're going to. Not today. Not today. Not today. So we're not going there today. So today, let's bring the thing to a level, and let's behave and don't go there, because you know, anytime you open that door, when you open that door, you make me walk in, and you make everybody else walk in. So don't do it. And today, relax. We'll have a drink of wine downstairs on your defeat and our victory. And we're going to be good. Okay, so that's right. So thank you very much for Thank you very much for your support. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that based on what the member for Castries Central says, we are going to be amending the 10-year provision to 15 years so that we can make sure that the punishment is, because we are told that a third, you lose a third. Anytime you go, there's a custodian sentence put on you, a third is taken off immediately. So 10 years, take out a free, will mean 6 years. And then so you want to make it pellucidly clear that this government is serious about gun crimes. So everywhere there's 10 years, we're going to put 15. So when you take out a third, the client, the person will at least serve a sufficient time for the offense. And again, I'd like to ask the GIS and the press, always let somebody take it as a public service announcement to warn the young people in St. Lucia, to warn them that this is serious. This is serious, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of the judicial process, you will know that we have a swift justice program where we are increasing the capacity of the courts in terms of dealing with criminal cases. And that is why we're going to be embarked on the construction of the halls of justice to ensure that we have the physical space to deal with these cases. And this is why, and I think the member from Mikus for Castries South who made the point that our history on support for the police and our fight against crime is clear. We have nothing to be ashamed of. We were the ones who built the most police stations in St. Lucia to date. And that is a fact. And we are the ones who are going to build the divisional headquarters in Grosley for the police. So we're not ashamed. There's nothing to be ashamed about our fight. Remember when we built the Bodley Correctional Center? We were laughed at. We said, they told us we were being a 5-star hotel. Remember that? We're the ones who did it. And showing because we said that prison should be a place of rehabilitation. This is why we built a Bodley. And we were told we were building a 5-star hotel and we were wasting money. I remember somebody on the radio every morning as usual. Blah, 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 blah. As usual. And these days, that noise happens in the morning and midday. But then that's not the point. So, Mr. Speaker, our history on fighting crime is clear. We were the ones who started we were the ones who employed more policemen than any other government at one time. We employed more policemen. Our crime, we have nothing to be ashamed of. We are not defensive when it comes to our fight against crime, but we temper that with social programs. And I recall the STEP program. The STEP program, we were criticized for the STEP program. Somebody even said, and you know, today's not a day for that. When we initiated the STEP program, there was an ad that said that we were allowing people to work and we gave them no toilet facilities. And I'm saying it in a very nice way. That was not how it was said, Mr. Speaker. Very indelicate, you see. And we are saying that we're wasting money on them people for our social programs. Remember that? When this Labour Party decided that we would have ensured that there was education, there was secondary school education for every child by building the 5 secondary schools and ensuring that there was universal secondary school education. We were told that we're mixing children from everywhere with everybody. When we we're told we get involved in affirmative action when we found it necessary to upgrade the quality of life of people of lower income, Mr. Speaker. We are the ones who did that. So we're not shy, and we can stand and defend our programs. We can defend our history on crime fighting and social enhancement and upliftment in St. Lucia without fear or favor. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and thank members for their contributions to the Firearms Amendment Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the Firearms Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many who have a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Firearms Act, Cap 14.12.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Which part is that? Well, let's put it this way. I heard what the PM said, but if I call clause 2 and nobody asks for an amendment, then we have to move on.
Interpretation. Clause 2, interpretation.
Clause 3, we said clause 3.
Clause 3, interpretation. Clause 3, he said.
Clause 3, we had already done clause 2.
But the amendment is clause 5.
Clause 5.
The amendment is clause 5, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Clause 4.
Deletion of Section 3.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Clause 5, yeah. Huh? I'm putting it in now, clause 5. Yeah.
Clause 5.
Mr. Speaker, Section 2C, designation of chairperson. And I'm going to read the 2C.
Yes.
The minister shall designate the Commissioner of Police as chairperson of the board.
We all got that proposed amendment? The minister shall designate the Commissioner of Police as the chairperson of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just wondering whether if the legislation just says the Commissioner of Police shall be the chairman. So
simpler that.
Yes, simpler.
It's a simpler
yes,
alternative.
a simpler way to put it, and it does not confer a discretion on the minister. So we shall just have the commissioner shall be the chairman of the board.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, right? Yeah. All right? Are you good?
Yes, them.
So the Commissioner of Police shall be the chair.
Is the commissioner. Is the chairperson.
Is, okay, rather than shall be, is the chair? Okay. The proposed amendment is the Commissioner of Police is the chairperson.
No, is the. Correct? You have to say is.
Pardon?
Commissioner of Police is the chairperson. Is the chairperson.
The justice is. the drafters in it.
So the commissioner of police
It is. Yeah, it is. So the commissioner of police is the chairperson. Clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 6.
Amendment of section 15.
Clause 6, section 8A, replace extend to 10 years above to 15 years above.
8A?
8A instead of 10, 15. Instead of 10, 15.
15 years.
15 years, yeah.
That's 8-2A.
8A.
What, on what page?
Page 15.
Oh, I see. I have the other one. Okay. I took the original one.
I'll get it for you.
Okay. No, that's all right. Doesn't matter. You will make the changes. That's okay. No, I have it there. I just took the wrong one here.
Okay,
it's there. You just made the changes there. So, can you just repeat that?
Section 8A, clause 6, may, on summary conviction, the fine which may extend to $50,000 or to imprisonment for a term which may extend to 15 years or to both.
Okay. Clause 6 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 7.
Amendment of section 16.
Clause 7A, replace 10 years to 15 years. 7A. 7.3.
Page 16.
Alright?
Yes.
Clause 7 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 8.
Amendment of section 21.
Clause 8, 2A. Change 10 years to 5 years. To 15 years. So. 10 to 15 years.
I have that.
It's the only amendment?
10, yeah.
It's the only one.
Yes.
Clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 9.
Insertion of new section 21A.
3A. 3A, Mr. Speaker. Just delete A. Delete A.
Conviction and indictment.
And delete A completely, right? And in B.
To a fine which may extend to $200,000. To a fine.
And after, and B becomes A.
Okay. Renumber it.
Well, it's just conviction and indictment to a fine which may extend.
Well, there's no A, just continue.
Oh, right. To a fine. After on conviction on indictment, after indictment, to a fine which may extend to 200,000 or life
of imprisonment.
200,000.
To a fine which may extend to 200,000 or
to imprisonment.
Or to imprisonment for a term which may extend to life.
Okay.
You want both? Or both? Yeah.
Okay, or both.
Or both?
Or to both.
Okay, so the amendment is suggested on conviction, on indictment.
Huh?
Put on your mic.
I didn't comment on it because it was something that I was welcoming, but I don't see any adjustment. I don't know if under the prohibited section, the issue to do with the pepper spray, are you going to do it today, or is it something that's going to
We have to come
back?
Okay.
Okay, so the proposed amendment is
coming soon.
remove A
And after the word indictment.
and we'll just read a person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction, on indictment, to a fine which may extend to $200,000 or to imprisonment for a term which may extend to life or to both. Clause 9 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 10.
Amendment of section 22.
4A. Replace to extend 4A. The last sentence may extend to 10. Replace 10 and 15.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay. Clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Up to 10 years, 15.
15 years.
10 months to 15.
Clause 11.
Amendment of section 24.
Clause 11, Chair. Again, change 10 years to 15.
Okay. Clause 11 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 12.
Amendment of section 26.
Section 26, Chair, 2A. Again, changing 10 to 15.
Clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 13.
Amendment of section 27.
2A again, Mr. Speaker, changing 10 to 15.
Clause 13 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 14.
Substitution of section 28.
Mr. Speaker, it's 3A again, 10 years to 15.
Clause 14 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 15.
Substitution of section 29.
2A, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, changing 10 to 15. 2A.
Clause 15 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 16.
Insertion of new sections 29A and 29B.
2A, again, Mr. Speaker, 10 to 15.
So you're increasing the prison, you're leaving the fine as the same?
Huh?
If you're increasing the prison, you're leaving the fine as the same? Clause 16 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
29B. 29B.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 29B. 2A again, change 10 to 15.
That's clause 17?
Clause 16.
You're still on 16? Okay.
Yes, 29B.
Change what?
10 to 15 in 2A.
Okay. Clause 16 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 17.
Insertion of new section 31A.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Clause 17 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 18.
Amendment of section 39.
Clause 18 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 19.
Amendment of section 40.
Mr. Speaker, section clause 19 again, change 10 to 15.
Clause 19 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 20.
Amendment of section 47.
No amendments, eh?
No, sir.
Clause 20 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 21.
Amendment of section 50.
Clause 21 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 22.
Insertion of new section 50A.
Clause 22 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 23.
Substitution of section 52.
Clause 52A, Mr. Chair, again 10 to 15.
And clause 5.
What was that?
10 to 15.
Which section?
Huh?
Which one was it? 22?
52A.
52A.
No. And then clause 5. The heading 2C will change. The heading will change. Chairperson of
Clause 23 as amended stands part of the bill.
No.
Aye.
Clause 24.
Amendment of section 53.
Clause 24 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands. Sorry?
In clause 5, says designation of chairperson.
Clause 5?
At 2C. 2C.
So you're going back to 5?
Yes, back to 5,
You're
yeah.
going back to 5?
Let's change the heading.
Designation of chairperson.
Change the heading.
I'll change it to chairperson of the board because it says
the heading.
You change the designation of chairperson to what?
Chairperson of the board. As a heading.
Oh, okay.
So take out designation.
Yes, and put chairperson of the board.
Oh, boy.
And that's clause.
That's clause 5.
Clause 5 as further amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. And I'll put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Firearms Amendment Bill went through committee stage of amendments to clauses 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, and 23. Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and the Firearms Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have
it. Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Firearms Amendment Act 2022.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that this House be adjourned until...
Suspended.
Until 4:15. 4:15? Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 4:15 p.m. And I'll put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting suspended.